failed to make it into the Champions League. And it looks as though Fort King George Gunners are going to have a similar problem here. They're not going to make it into these playoffs, I'm afraid. Not unless they have a really big turnaround tonight. But that's the second game. As Vinod said, the first game is the Rainforest Rangers up against the Bucca Reef Divers. Bucca Reef Divers right at the top of the table. Got a really nice looking unit. Nice top order, good bowling, nice all-round look to it. And I'll be interested to see how they approach this one. You know, you can't be too blasé about it. They're playing a team, you know, a couple of places below them, the Rangers, aren't they? Because it's the Islanders who are in second place. So you can't really take your eye off the ball here and be too relaxed, especially because they're going to be up against the man of the tournament so far, Navian Stewart.
Yes, definitely the man of the tournament. He has 161 runs, inclusive of 17 sixes, and he averages 161. He has been dismissed just once. That was when he was got 48. Since then, he has played unbeaten for 54 and 59. That's 113 runs without being dismissed.
I have to apologise for being a little bit tardy and a little bit late to the commentary box, but I was here, but then I left to move my car just that little bit further back in the car park, because I know that Navian hit one last night that hit the back wall. That's way beyond the boundary, way beyond the commentary position. There's a little bit of a car park inside, and then the back wall, that's the wall that he hit. So I thought, I'm just going to make sure and just push my car back a little bit further. It's behind yours, by the way.
I like that, and a lovely shot there of this wonderful ground. You can see the ocean in the background, the Atlantic Ocean, and there's a cool breeze blowing across the venue as well. Well, I'm going to run away. I'm going to leave you in the company, I don't know if it's good or bad company, of Visham Lalman for the first 5 overs.
Vishan is very good company. He's quite clearly someone who loves his cricket. Very, very keen follower of cricket. Good afternoon to you, Visham. How are you doing?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Rose. Good afternoon to everyone looking on at the stream as well, and looking forward to some exciting cricket this evening.
We're going to just run through some of the Bucca Reef Divers. Not necessarily the card, because we may not have it, but we can have a look and see who's coming out anyway. But it'll be from Captain Jerron Alfred, Freedom McKenna, Akko George, Kwani Thomas, Anthony Providence, Clinton Brooks, or Bolivar, as they like to call him, Arnell Jones, Quinton Brooks, Leon Davidson, and Ashon Pierre. So that will be the Bucca Reef Divers lineup. Not necessarily in that order, we'll let you know. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, it is going to be Providence and Alfred walking out to the middle. I think it is. I'll just squeeze over here and make sure.
Yes, it's actually Providence and Jaron Alfred, the captain of the Bucca Reef Divers, who are going to take up the batting for them here tonight to start day 4 of the Chief Secretary's Bago T10 Blast. Jaron Alfred, of course, coming off of a first bowler last night, and
what a catch that was.
An amazing catch from the captain of the Fort King George Gunners, Joshua James. But he looked to do a bit different here and pile on some runs for them tonight. They've already won 3 games, and they're looking forward to winning another one here. We are into round 2, of course.
110 for me. That would be the target. 110. 110 on the board. I think you've got a good shot at taking this.
Yes, well, I'm looking forward to see how the pitch will play today, because the sun was out for the entire day. I think that will dry out some of the moisture that were present in the pitch as well. So here's the first ball.
Just telemark. It is left arm around. That one kept a little bit low. I'm not going to say it kept low pitch-wise. It was just, a low delivery.
Yes. It was a short one there from telemark as well.
There are no demons in the pitch, I don't think. That's not thunder that you can hear in the background. There's a large blue gate that keeps cars and uninvited spectators out. It's just the nature of where we are at the moment. Anyway, here comes Josh Telemark with his second delivery, and Again, he goes back to one that he really could have come forward to. You see that so much. I'd be so eager to get on the front foot, especially if you're not going to face any pace here. Come on.
Yes, that's a brilliant delivery from Telemark. Looking to target the pads of Jaron Alfred. Target the stumps as well. Here he is again, Telemark. Just one short. Outside the off stump and punched away to that point fever and a chance for a second run, but in the end, Jaron Alfred slipping there. So he wasn't able to get himself up and get through for a second run. So
yeah, there was a little bit of a tumble between the two players there, nothing untoward. Telemark didn't actually see Alfred running through there. He was looking at the ball as he should.
Yeah.
And there was a minor collision. Nothing to write home about.
So just a slight field change here now. The long on fielder coming up just on the edge of the 30-yard circle. And the right-hander on strike now, Providence. Telemark just one short. And,
he was flirting with a wide there, to be honest.
Yes, he pushed that one a bit wide on that occasion there while he was... last couple of deliveries was on about the off stump. Actually on the line of the stump. There again. Spinners has been dominating this tournament thus far. This was down the leg side from Telemark. I'll wait on the decision of the umpire here now. And a wide signal, so no contact from the batsman there. So 2 runs to the total. And the birds are back out, Mr. Rooks.
And they've come back down to our end.
This one is Alfred on that occasion looking to pull that one away onto the onside, but straight to that, the short mid-wicket fielder. So a very good start here by the young man Telemark so far.
Yeah, nice and tidy. You could be expected to have some nerves when you are bowling against 2 quality batsmen like Providence and Alfred. The skipper, he's a hard hitter, isn't he? You don't want to get carted all around the ground early on. So he's done well here.
Yes, definitely. Here's the left arm orthodox. This one is edged away. And the short third man fielder there, wideish third man, comes around and limits Alfred to a single. So that brings the first over to an end. The Bago Reef Divers 4 without loss.
Yeah, we've seen a few overs that have gone for 7, 8, 9, 10 in the first over. That make you feel comfortable. But at the same time, you don't want to go backwards here. That must be that field change that you were talking about, the extra man being brought in the deep. Only that one's got 4 legs. Well, we've had a few people talking about birds, but now we've got a dog.
26 legs on the field from the fielding team.
Right, who've we got for the second over then?
Nevin Stewart, he's coming into the attack. That's been a familiar sight from the Rainforest Rangers so far in this tournament. Nevin Stewart opening the bowling. I think they set the example for the youngsters, set the pace right here for the Rainforest Rangers team at the start of this game.
Yeah, it's a fine balance, isn't it? You could have said, all right, Josh only went for 4 in his first over. Let me just get one of the other youngsters in there and see if they'll have another quiet over. Or he fancies his chances of nipping one out early, before they get underway, either Alfred or Providence, or maybe just keeping the runs down if he can. All sorts of permutations in the thought process of Nevin Stewart as he looks just to set the field, get it exactly right. There haven't been that many delays, to be honest. They've been reasonably good at getting the cricket underway fairly quickly.
Yes, definitely. And slight delay here from Nevin Stewart to get things right for his fielders, and he's going to start now his first delivery of the match. A short and an attempt to pull that one away onto the onside there from Jaron Alfred. And smelling the leather of the cricket ball there was Alfred.
Well, you almost did. It was just that line that gave him the opportunity to pull it, wasn't it? A little bit closer, he may have had a sniff of it, but that was one to be hit there.
Yes, and even Stewart had a word with him as well.
And he probably told him it wasn't good enough to hit him. Let's see, the second delivery. Ooh.
That one rushed him there slightly, Alfred, and got a bit of inward movement as well. But that may be a plan here from the reinforced Rangers as well. Target Jaron Alfred with a short ball. In the last game yesterday, actually, he was out to the short ball. The ball didn't come onto the bat as he would have liked, and that was proved to be his demise. So maybe that's a plan for them tonight, the reinforced Rangers, to take him out. But let's see how the game goes.
That one had a hint of coming back into the batsman, didn't it? The batsman shaped as though he felt it coming into him.
This one's short and in the air.
That's gone.
And
that is gone.
Nathan Stewart picking up the wicket of and Anthony Providence, and that's the first wicket for the reinforced Rangers. The Book Reef Divers, with 5 on the board, they have lost the first wicket.
Yeah, onto him a little bit quicker than he thought. Didn't get far. He didn't get back far enough to give himself enough time to really pull that well, and all he managed to do was to paddle it back to a grateful Nathan Stewart, who snapped that one up.
Well, and Nathan Stewart, there's always that chance for him to the extra piece of the track, and that's what we saw there from him, using that short ball very nicely. Nathan Stewart. And Providence, he has to go back without scoring. Jaron Alfred, he's still there on 3, so they will depend on him here. Jaron Alfred, he had a good night with the ball yesterday. He's coming into this game with a lot of confidence. And Ako George coming to the middle. And,
yeah, one of my favourite players, Ako George. I like the look of him. Tall, athletic, strong build. Just wondering how many wickets Divers have lost through their 3 games. It doesn't strike me as being a team where we've seen any of the lower order come in. I'm talking about 6 or 7. Pretty much done all the batting at the top. Anyway, here comes Stewart again.
This one again is short and down the leg side. That will be another wide here. So 6 for 1, the Book Reef Divers.
Yeah, if the T20 value of wide is very close, then there is absolutely no room whatsoever when you come to measuring in T10. No leg side ball is going to get past.
And again, short, and that's an excellent delivery there from Nathan Stewart, beating the outside edge of the bat of Ako George. He was looking to cut that one backward of point, but he just didn't make connection.
Yeah, tempting the batsman there with one outside the off stump, and as a result, he's just moved the field a little bit here.
So actually, the umpire seems to be signaling a dead ball. That's it. Was that the signal?
We shall guess as to what that signal was. Anyway, Stewart is on his way in. He's up to the wicket now and he bowls. And it's short. He tucks that off his hip. And they come through for 1 run.
So he's really employing those short deliveries, Mr. Rooks, and I think it's a good plan here from them, because the pitch, as we know, is a bit inconsistent at times and a bit too paced. So it's probably a good plan here by Nathan Stewart. That's what has been the main highlight of his bowling in this tournament so far. Of course, he has a lot of experience, but he's been able to vary his line and his lengths at good pace as well, and that's what proved to bear fruits for him in this tournament.
Stewart is ready for his next delivery as he comes in. There's another short ball. That's an attempted hook, top edge, but this time the batsman gets away with it. 2 bounces and over the boundary it goes.
Well, Ansel Ned was down at fine leg, and I thought that he got off the traps a bit too late there. It seems as though as he didn't pick up that one early enough. I thought that if he picked it up a bit earlier, he could have run around and saved 3 runs for his team. But in the end, 4 runs to the Booker Reef Divers at the end of 2 overs, 11 for 1.
Yeah, I don't think that Stuart.
Whatever you want to call it, a beautiful place. And we are back at the Cyd Gray Sporting Complex. Ansel Ned is going to be taking up the attack here now for the Rainforest Rangers. A good start by the Rangers?
Yeah, I think they'll be happy with the way that things have started. They got Anthony Providence pretty cheaply. So yeah, things are going to plan as Ned bowls his first delivery. They come through for what looks like a leg bye, I think. Or did he get bat on that?
Seems as though he got some glove onto that one there, was the batsman.
Yeah, that front pad was way down there, but it looks as though he may have got some bat on that. No signal from the umpire, so 1 run.
Ned has been a good bowler for the Rainforest Rangers as well. And of course, thus far he's had 2 opportunities of getting a hat-trick in this tournament. And he hasn't picked it up, but he's been bowling really excellent for them and very economical as well. Here he is. This one is hoisted over the onside, and that goes all the way for 6. A huge hit there from Jaron Alfred, the captain of the Booker Reef Divers.
Yeah, very well picked up there. Spotted that one early. And the small number of fans, or people anyway, who are working at the venue or doing whatever it is where they are allowed to come in, they were the ones in danger there, in that front row.
This is the first maximum. This one is down the ground, and that goes all the way again. So that's 2 consecutive maximums there from the captain, Jaron Alfred. And as soon as we were speaking about Ned being the pick of the bowlers, one of the pick of the bowlers for the Rainforest Rangers, and he's been taken to the cleaners here, Mr. Rooks.
Well, you've said that he was on a hat-trick twice. Well, he's on a hat-trick for a 3rd time.
Yes.
It's a hat-trick of 6s. Shouldn't laugh, should we?
No, we shouldn't. But let's see how he goes here now. He comes back. Oh, and there's a chance for another here now. Will that go all the way? Yes, it does. So he gets a hat-trick this time, but a hat-trick of 6s, as you mentioned.
We shouldn't laugh. It's no fun to be on the receiving end of that. And Alfred is on the charge. This is the danger that the Booker Reef Divers can bring. All of a sudden you look up at the scoreboard and it's really ticking over. It's a big over here for the Divers.
Those last 2 deliveries weren't good deliveries at all from Ned. Hope he comes back well here now. This was short and a bit quicker there. Chance for a run out at the non-striker's end, but a quick single taken in the end. That's good running.
And no one at the stumps.
Yeah. Both the keeper and the bowler was converging on that one, and at the end, no one backing up at the bowler's end. So, Akko George, he's going to have his first look of Ansel and Ned. Nathan Stewart, the captain, at slip. Here's Ned. This one is short, just on the line of the leg stump. And they are able to get another single. So 32 for 2 here, the Booker Reef Divers, at the end of 3.
And what you saw there with those 2 singles was that after the 3 6s, the fielders are on their heels. They're on the back foot because they're defensive. So the little push for a single, they're slow to react to that because they're looking for the big shots. So they were able to push 2 more. That was a big over.
Yes, those sort of phases in the game, such as that, tends to rattle a team, a fielding team, so to speak, and change the momentum of the team. So that the Rainforest Rangers can rebound from this as a signal of the power play, the end of the power play. And I saw you collect Platinum VIP Cricket 360 Nigel Arkan Booksellers card.
I'm going to see where I can use that. Believe me. Excellent. Right, well, Stuart's going to look to bowl his second over here. Not all of the skippers have done that. They normally held themselves back. Anyway, here he is.
Oh, that's a beautiful delivery there from Nathan Stewart. A slower delivery as well from him.
Keeper wasn't able to take it cleanly and they came through for one. It was a bye.
Yes, just rolled his fingers slightly down that one. And the away movement from the left-hander allowed it to miss the outside edge of the bat. And that also gave the wicketkeeper some trouble there as well. It shouldn't have been a run.
Normally the bowler has some kind of signal for the keeper when he's going to do that, because it does completely throw you off if you're behind the stumps. And he's normally coming in at pace, the ball coming through at a nice height, and then all of a sudden it's dying on you. So sometimes he'll just mark his run up a little bit different, and then that way the keeper will know. You don't want the same signal every time, because then the batsman will become aware of it. But just something a little bit different. And so Ned is the man on the boundary. He's just being moved to his right a little bit.
Bago George just having a word with the captain, Jaron Alfred, as well. This one is short and looking to cut that one away onto the offside, and he's able to pick up another single. So Jaron Alfred moving on to 27 with that run. The score 34 for 1 at the moment.
Well, I was talking about 110 as being a good competitive score for the Rangers to chase down. Still think that would be a good target.
And even Stewart is swapping the lawn and the lawn fielder and the mid-off fielder, bringing around that cover fielder into extra cover position. For Bago George, you know how expansive he can be on that offside. This one is edged. Oh, it seemed to be edged to me, but a loud appeal there from Nathan Stewart. Not interested was the umpire.
Yeah, there was a harder sound than you would get with a pad.
Yeah.
And I think that was because it came off the thigh pad. The thigh pad is normally, that hardened plastic rather than the thud of the pads on your leg. So probably that was the sound, and that's why he looked to give it a shout there, Navy, because there was that kind of sound. It was a harder sound than a pad. Anyway, leg by it was.
Excellent weather today, Mr. Roxborough.
Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Another lovely day here in Roxborough. The Digicel advertising sign was just being moved there. That was fluttering in the background. A red and white sign on a black background. Probably not the best idea. I guess it wasn't someone who plays cricket that put that up there. Anyway, here comes Stewart again.
So one is it fuller from Nathan Stewart, and he guided that one to backward point. There was Alfred picking up another single, 36 for 1. And Nathan Stewart, he's gone well thus far, already picking up that one wicket. But it's been a good spell from the skipper so far.
Yeah, so what you can see with the better bowlers is that the batters will try to take ones. Maybe if there's a bad ball, they'll get hit. But they just want to be careful with them and not doing anything too silly.
So on a short and is that a chance for a wicket here now? Nathan Stewart is celebrating, but no movement from the umpire, beside a movement to the left of him to make a signal. So the umpire just signaling that one came off the hip of the batsman. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, it didn't have that click back type sound, and the batsman wasn't. Well, you never know what they're going to say, but he didn't look as though he was going to walk. He didn't look at the umpire. Umpire felt comfortable that it came off the body as opposed to any part of the bat or the glove. So, no, not out.
Yes, so technical man Ronnie signal came off the mid-rib area of Akko George.
Somewhere off the body, yeah.
And, the brilliant sunlight today, and hope that we can see a wonderful day of cricket here at the Cyd Gray Sporting Complex. Here's an even start again from the river end. This one again is short, and on the back foot there was George. And a loud call of no there from Jaron Alfred. So at the end of 4 overs, the score 36-1 Book Reef Divers. So we are into the 5th over here now, and seeing the birds just on the boundary line there. And that's the birds that has been doing all the damages here at the Cyd Gray Sporting Complex, attacking the fielders, and even us here in the commentary booth.
Yeah, a couple of times they've swooped low here, not quite like the dog, who we've been able to move quite easily. The birds are a little bit more persistent. 36-1 as we wait for Josh Telemark to start his second over.
Brilliant first over, Josh Telemark. He's going to be bowling to Jaron Alfred. One shot, punched away onto the offside, a chance for an out, and they made it safely there, Akko George.
Nice pick up, good enough throw. Keeper just bobbled that a little bit. You can see he didn't have to move, did he, the keeper? That was coming in at the right kind of height. Well directed throw, but just seemed to bobble out of his gloves at the last moment. A single off the first ball. Telemark going to come over the wicket to the left-hander.
This one is full, and this one, he goes over long on here, is Akko George, and that's his first maximum of the day. 43 for 1 at the Book Reef Divers, and they are really looking to pile on the runs here now.
And again, there was no footwork from George there. There was no need to it. That was right in his hitting zone. He's a big man. Freed his arms up. Nice strong hit. And so Ned wasn't even interested down at this end. He saw that sailing over his head. Here's Telemark again.
This one is shot outside the off stump, and picking up a single there was Akko George.
So they took a single off the first, 6 off the second, a single off the third. This is a nice over, isn't it? You know, that's a way to do it.
Yes, good smart cricket from the Book Reef Divers as well. And what was good about that 6 from Akko George was that he kept his head down and met the pitch of the delivery. And this one is hoisted down to long on, and Daniel is down there. And only a single to Jaron Alfred. Was looking to overhit that one. But on that occasion as well, Josh Telemark firing that one in and not allowing Jaron Alfred, to get under the delivery. Here's Telemark to George. This one is an excellent delivery, a straightish delivery here.
For me, this has got a nice look to it. Big hit. You've got the big ball in the over. You can punch this around now for singles here and there and still end up with a nice score at the end.
Oh, that was very close to the stumps there from Josh Telemark. You can hear the keeper saying bowl him. He thought that would have been out. So at the halfway mark here, the Book Reef Divers, they are 46 for 1, and at this moment, after more thoughts on Mr. Rooks, we take a short break for the strategic timeout.
Yeah, this is a nice start from the Divers, 46 for 1. I'm sure they're going to push on now and start really, ticking that scoreboard along. It'll be Vinood Mamchan to join you next.
We're back here as the Divers are 46 for 1. A good effort in the first 5 overs. That's 9 runs and over, 9.20. And they'll be looking to push on. And for the second half, look to accelerate. The good thing is that they've lost just 1 wicket. So they'll be hoping to get up to 100, 110 from this position. It'll take some batting to get that. It'll also take some batting to chase down that. The pitch has played well today. I thought a little quicker than yesterday. So at the moment, the Divers are 46 for the loss of 1. And we're going to see Akko George, who got 58 not out in the second game. And the last night, I think he counted 43.
Yes, and he had a good knock last night. And they would want him to continue. So 2 good batsmen at the crease for the Booker Reef Divers, Jaron Alfred and Akko George.
So it's going to be Shepherd. Let's see what he can do. He's bowling from the river end. It's outside the off stump, and George not being able to reach it. The umpire signals wide.
Yes, not a good delivery there from a Shafiq Shepherd to start his spell. A good spell yesterday as well. I want to continue that good work for the Rainforest Rangers. Their bowling has been up to par for the entire tournament, led by the captain Nathan Stewart.
Get back of a length and taking some pace off it as well. And that was George looking to use the pace to send it down to third man. It wasn't there. He was beaten. He lost his rhythm in the playing the shot, and it just peeled away from the outside edge.
It was a bit too close, to be fair, to play that shot as well. And I thought that was the delivery that Shepherd wanted to bowl at the start of the over, and getting close to the batsman on that occasion.
But he showed his experience and has really added to the Rainforest attack. Sam is down the leg side. Not a bad length, but a bad line. Signal by the umpire, and the wicketkeeper tumbling to his right.
Yes, you don't have much time to settle in a T10 game in your bowling. There's only 2 overs that you have, so you want to get to work very fast and be consistent as quick as possible. So Shafiq Shepherd, he'll need to find his line and his length here early.
This time put some pace on it. Cut away nicely by George. It's running away very close to the boundary. And nice one-handed pickup, and they come back for 2. A good bit of work on the outfield there, and they come back for 2. Wicketkeeper Lamont, is it?
Yes.
Approval of that piece of work on the outfield.
Yes, it was a good piece of fielding.
That's the 50 as well.
Yes.
And over number 5. Over number 6. Sorry, Visham.
Yes.
Struck on the pad, down the leg side. Stifle appeal. An appeal more in optimism than conviction.
Yes, that's a good delivery there from Shepherd again, because it was a slower delivery, varying his pace on that occasion, and the batsman was through the shot before you know it.
I'd like to offer condolences to all the people of Barbados from Cricket 360 on the passing of Owen Arthur, the former Prime Minister, man who was revered in Barbados. And Owen Arthur passed away today at the age of 70, the ripe old age of 70, which is considered young these days.
Yes, and the condolences to the family and condolences to everyone out there, I must say.
This one is played down the ground, and he's going to get 1 more. So, just keeping the scoreboard ticking. Not a bad over so far, one would say, from Shepherd.
Yes, just the 2 wides in it, and the rest of the deliveries they managed actually to get singles out of them, and 1 double in that.
So he's going to continue from the river end. Just short and not really getting up. And there was George again, threw the shot too quickly. And Shepherd just holding that one back a bit. He gets a leg by.
Yes, well, he's showing good skill here, Shafiq Shepherd. varying his pace. And the batsmen are seeing some trouble here in getting him away and picking up boundaries off him. And this is what you need to do. I think the batsmen just figured out what they need to do here. Just knock around the ball into the gaps and pick up those easy singles when they are not able to hit the boundaries.
Shepherd. This time he drives. That was a lengthy delivery. Short. It's taken brilliantly. A brilliant catch. And that's the end of the skipper. He is on his way, Alfred, for 31. And the score is 53 for the loss of 2. A length delivery. You'll be very disappointed in the way he got out there. It was a length delivery. He drove uppishly. And it went down to along off 3/4 of the way to the boundary. That's a big blow, as he was well set, Alfred.
Yes, he was looking to hit that one straight down the ground, was Alfred. In the end, the man just turning in his hands slightly and carrying that ball to Davrell McPherson there at mid-off, and a good catch taken in the end. So, a big wicket there for the Rainforest Rangers.
Here's the new batsman, Ashton Pear.
And Ansel Ned, he's going to be taking up the ball from the Rainforest end here for the Rainforest Rangers.
Well, Ned got a bit of a tap, didn't he? He's going to bowl to George, who has been a wonderful player for the Divers.
Very stylish player as well.
Going around the wicket is Ned. He's going to look to cramp him for room. George pulls away, eyes that vacant mid-wicket position. There's a huge gap between square leg and mid-wicket, and he tries to go there immediately. That one pitched and turned away from him. The off spinner getting that one to go away from him. Luckily for him, his back leg was planted.
And what was very interesting about that delivery was that one took off. It got some extra bounce as well.
Sam uses his feet nicely, tugs it down to long on. He's looking for 2, and he stays home with 1. So it's going to be 54 now for 2, and so Pear now is going to take strike. Still in the hot is a Bolivar. Yes. And your favorite batsman, Freedom McKenna.
Actually, I changed my mind about that last night. It was actually Bolivar, and that was my favorite batsman.
Driven pleasantly. So you've given up on McKenna?
Yes. Is it too early to give up on him, Mr. Monchan?
Well, I know you were singing his praises over the first few days. Freedom McKenna.
Much like many people here in Roxborough, Tobago.
He's a law enforcement officer. This time you can see Ned holding that one back. He saw him coming. He didn't try to push it through quicker. He just held back the line a bit, and there he was in a tangle. Normally, when there's an advancement by the batsman, the spinners look to push through the deliveries quickly, but no, he just held it back. The trigger movement was a bit too early. This time he's back, looking to cut through to the wicket keeper. Good over, and this has been a good comeback here from the good guys at the Rainforest.
Yes, well, I think after Ned was taken to the boundaries on a couple of occasions from Jaron Alfred, now he has came back well, and I think with the wicket of Jaron Alfred as well, the Booker Reef Divers, they are under some slight pressure at the moment.
Alfred, one of the mainstays on their team. He's had a good tournament. He's a leading wicket taker with 6.
Yeah.
This time, this delivery, he saw him coming. He pushed it through quicker. He still got the grip and the turn. And the wicketkeeper took the bails off, but he was in. And it's the end of over number 6. At the end of it, it's 55 for 2.
So welcome back, and we are seeing Shafiq Shepherd. He's going to continue from the river end here at the complex. He's going to be bowling to pair.
Oh, that's a good shot by Pierre. It was a short. It sat up and he struck it powerfully over a wide long on, and that's 6 runs. So a big hit there from Pierre. It actually went out the ground. They're opening the door down there to retrieve that, and what a hit by Ashton Pear.
Yes, a magnificent shot there. I think that will really do the Booker Reef Divers good, and I think that the provider of balls here at the ground is doing a good job, because ball has already entered the playing field.
Well, I think that delivery, that ball might have gone into the river at that end.
I think we've lost quite a couple of balls in this tournament thus far.
One hopes that the organizers have enough balls. This time he clips it nicely and just short of the fielder down at deep mid wicket. It was on his legs and he just helped it around the corner, not really hitting it. So 61 for 2. They'll want to see the back of George here and Pear.
I thought that the fielder there, he had enough time to get to that one. I'm not too sure if I'm being a bit harsh on him. He walked in, stopped, and when the ball dropped, he walked in again. So I think if he continued walking at the start, he would have gotten to that one quite easily. But George is going to be facing up to Shepherd. He's done quite the bulk of the scoring thus far. And this one just going down to the short fine leg fielder answer net. Looking for a second there was Pear, but in the end choosing to remain on 1. So the score now 63 for 2.
Sean Brown.
So Shafiq Shepherd is continuing from the river end. When it's full and clipped away over the onside. Will that go for 4? Yes, it will. So a wonderful shot there by Pear again. So he's starting to pile on the runs here at the Cyd Gray Sporting Complex. That one was on the line of the leg stump. A poorly lined delivery there from Shafiq Shepherd. And an even better shot there by Ashton Pear, the big man from Booker Reef Divers. They are not leaving anything for McKenna and Bolivar to do later on. 67 for 2, the Divers.
Okay. This is clipped away.
Pleasant good evening to Freedom, the Russian McKenna. He's yet to come in for the Booker Reef Divers. And we are seeing the artificial lights making their entrance into today's proceedings as the sun goes down here in Roxborough, Tobago. Rainforest behind us, the river just in front of us, and this one is going over long one. That's a huge hit from Ashton Pear. That one lands into the river. Diving into the river was that ball. Taking the Booker Reef Divers now down to 75 for 2. And remember, we are in the 8th over at the moment here in the day 4 of the Chief Secretary Bago T10
Well, since Pear has come in, he's added that impetus to the innings. And the way Pear is batting, I'm sure you're going to tell me at the end of it that he's now your favorite batsman, because when we came, Freedom McKenna was your favorite batsman. Now, last night you turned to Bolivar, and now you may well go to Pear.
Well, there's something about Bolivar that really appeals to me as a commentator, and I think he's a really good player.
Yeah, he is a portly figure, but he's athletic.
Yeah.
I was very impressed with him last night. And one thing that Freedom McKenna is one who can really explore and play that special innings that could change a match. He just has not been able to do that just yet, but his team is on top. And you never know, he's probably saving the best for last.
Maybe
Freedom McKenna.
To be fair as well, maybe he hasn't had enough time in the last couple of games coming to the middle.
75 for 2. Yeah. This time George hits this mightily. It's going to go for 6. Over long on. Lovely bit of work by Shaquille the Barrel John, the cameraman, in getting that. And you can see in the background the Cultural Center. That's 6 runs. It's 81 for 2. Nathan Stewart will want to pull his troops together here. They need to settle down.
That one was served
And
up.
give it away towards the back end.
Yes. That one was served up on a silver platter there from Reedy, the new bowler. A young man. Full toss delivery.
So there's a no ball. Let's see.
Oh.
A free hit now, and he strikes it just to mid-on position for 1. Not really taking advantage of it. And it goes away for 1. 82 now the score for 2. So Reedy bowling a good ball, considering the fact that it was a free hit. And the big man taps at the crease now. Pear. This time he gets it on the edge. And put down by the wicketkeeper. Those on the edges are always very, very difficult to take as a wicketkeeper. You yourself being a wicketkeeper for quite a long time, you would know that, Visham.
Yes.
Remember Visham Lalman playing for George Village in Trinidad, once conceded 82 byes in 1 game. He was then replaced by Shaquille the Barrel John, our cameraman, and he went for 123. So these guys are very prolific. Played away on the onside. There is 1. Ronnie Bikram Das is signaling something to me. I don't know if he also kept wicket. Man from Presal, the heartthrob of cricket in Trinidad and Tobago. Is that the case still? Is that the case still, Ronnie?
Yeah, it is. Cricket is still prominent and dominant in Presal. It faded away a bit, but now more the local players are coming through the scene, and it's building back. The older players like Shazam Babu, Dinesh Ramden, they're back in Presal and trying to build the cricket.
That's very good. This time that's a good delivery, Yorker leg, and the player squeezes the way down to a long leg. He is going to come back for 2. So they're going to take the runs anyhow they get them at this point in time, and they're launching for a nice finish here towards the end of the innings. It's the end of the over, is it? No, Reedy is still bowling. He's bowling to Pear.
Well, with 8 wickets in hand here now, and just an over and 1 ball remaining here, I think that they can, if they can get up to around 100 or so, they will be in a good position to win this game.
This time he tucks this away down to long on, and the fielder attacking the ball nicely.
Yeah.
And they get 1. It's the end of over number 9, is it?
Yep.
Yeah, so the end of over number 9, the score is 88 for the loss of 2. And with 1 over to go, can I get a prediction, Mr. Lalman?
102.
Okay, Mr. Bikram Das will give us his prediction as... Well, you wouldn't actually call them cheerleaders, but I think it's an aerobic class that's taking place on the outside. And they're all enjoying themselves here. Hands in the air. I think the umpires could probably do with some of those exercises. So you can see the lovely Atlantic Ocean in the background. Optical illusion makes you feel as if the water is at the edge of the massive wall. Here is Orlando James, and the DJ has been sternly warned by the umpire that he must tone it down. Is that Marcus Gonzalez or Marcus Daniel? Here is James. That's the sort of we starts with, and the pair advances down the track. It seems to have gone for 6. Let's look at the square leg umpire. Was it a no ball as well? No, he's not signaling anything. He got it on the full. That's 6 runs. The score is 94 for 2. I thought that Orlando James was a bit lucky there that the square leg umpire did not signal that for height as well. Pair. He's really changed the complexion of things here. 94 for 2. Here is James. Pair is hitting it again, tugging it down to a wideish mid-on.
So Orlando James normally opens the bowling for the Rainforest Rangers, opens the batting as well, but he's coming in to bowl the last over today. He has a lot on his shoulders here for the Rainforest Rangers, and let's see if he can limit them to under 100 runs.
So here's James again, and it's a slow delivery. That stayed in the air for quite a while. It was deliberate, and they're going to come back for 2. They're targeting the end of pair, and I think that's the end of pair. No, the umpire. Okay, so he's not out. Good running there from pair.
It's excellent running to get 2 runs.
Is it now 97 for 2?
So pair coming to the wicket and already playing a really good hand thus far for the Booker Reef Divers. He has supported Akko George well. I think he's done more of the scoring than Akko George since coming to the crease as well.
Well, good afternoon to Anthony Roy, who is viewing from all the way from New York. He says here, Mr. Lahman, that your video quality is rich. Very good production. That brings a smile on the face of Mr. Bikram Das, our hard-working technical guru. And it is, the video quality has been absolutely amazing.
Yes, Cricket 360 has always been sharp in their production.
Yes. Kudos to that helper who normally sets up that straight-on camera. Every day seems to be improving.
A top man.
By the end of this tournament, he may actually get to commentate with you all the way he's operating.
Well, it took him 3 days to put the camera up properly.
Well, I think he has more than redeemed himself. Here is James, and that's a short delivery. He saw him coming. He saw George coming. It takes the bottom edge and goes just a short square leg, and James shies at the stop, and there goes Mr. Pear diving away. And they didn't pick him for the Buko divers because he couldn't dive. He did make a splash. I'll give him a firm 2 out of 10 for that dive, but he did get home. So it's the end, is it? That's the end of the innings. I am seeing 101 for the loss of 2, and the Rainforest Rangers and Nathan Stewart will have all the work cut out for them to bring this one home.
Yes, a good score by the Booker Reef Divers. I'm looking forward to the second innings. See you soon.
That's the man. Nathan Stewart. His 18th sixth of the tournament. And what this young man, Nathan Stewart, has done, I call him a young man because he seems extremely fit. What he has done, I'll tell you, this is cricket here in Tobago, and let me show you the magnitude of this. Should Nathan Stewart, or should any of the CPL teams lose a player, it's going to be very difficult to bring a player into Trinidad and Tobago for the tournament, because then you'll have to go into a quarantine period. Guess who puts their hands up? Nathan Stewart, because of his performances here. Well, yep, I want to say good afternoon to Chandra Paul Hemraj. Lovely batsman out of Guyana, the land of many waters. And many good batsmen as well, I can tell you that. It's a short of the back foot, punches it away, and it's going to find its way into the boundary now for 4. Nathan Hurricane Stewart is at it again. Should we rename him Gonzalo?
I don't think you'll be happy with that one, Mr. Batchan.
Nathan Gonzalo Stewart.
Well, he is in Tobago causing problems, but Gonzalo refused to come to Tobago.
Because Nathan was here. He left it to Nathan Stewart. There's Kwani Thomas. This time he's in problems, it's in the air, it's going to be very difficult to take that, and we wait for the umpire signal. Did it have all? Yes, it's 6. 6 more to Nathan Gonzalo Stewart, and that's his 19th 6. What about the point I made just now, Mr. Bikram Das, that CPL is in Trinidad, it's going to be difficult to bring replacement players. Nathan Stewart has put his hands up. The former Tridents player and Guyana Amazon Warriors player.
Definitely, he has put his hand up, and I think he has a shot here. As they would say, he has a shoe-in if there's an emergency player needed. With the form he is in currently after this COVID, as you mentioned, he had an 86 odd and playing for an All-Star team in Clarkson Bay. So he is in form, he is playing really well at the moment. I think he could be called up if need be.
Works his way around the corner, 17 without loss. Well, that's one way to deal with it. 17 without loss in the first. He immediately takes pressure off himself and Daniel, who is now opening the batting. And for over number 2, as you can see, the artificial lights are now taking effect from our cameraman there, Mr. Shakil the Barrel John. So it's always that little difficult period. I call it a twilight zone, where the artificial light replaces the natural light. You call it sunset, with all those lovely little company that you take with you to view the sunset. Don't know how it looks from Rio Claro, but I know that, Buffalipso trees, Bison Avenue. So the man nicknamed Gonzalo by Cricket 360 is on strike now. And he cracks this away. That's 6 more. Nathan Stewart is the man on fire here. I dare say Nathan Stewart for Chief Secretary.
Very bold statement there, Mr. Namchan, but I tell you what, you're chasing 102 for victory. You don't want a better start than this. You cannot get a better start than this. Nathan Stewart taking Quinton all the way to 6. That was a beautiful shot. And what was good about that shot? The ball gets
Well, he's not the tallest of men, and the key to hitting ball distances is long distances at that. Is getting underneath it, and here is Brooks. Let's see how he responds. Stewart is back, and just with no footworks, not too graceful on that occasion, plays it back away on the outside. He's on 22, or is it 23? He's on 23. He scored every single run. Slow delivery, and he milks it to the short mid wicket. Let me tell you the extent to which this young man has dominated this tournament, Nevin Stewart. On day one, the report at The Guardian, of which I'm covering this for as well, remember that's my regular job as a cricket correspondent for the Trinidad and Tobago Guardian, the #1 newspaper in the entire Caribbean. And the headline was, Stewart 48 fails to save Rainforest. On the second day, the headline, because he got 48, on the second day, the headline read, Stewart stars as Rainforest wins. And in tomorrow's paper, the headline would be, because of his exploits last night, that's a wide, because of his exploits last night, tomorrow's papers will read, Stewart again. So he has really dominated. This is Tom the leg side, and there he goes. That's another one. You can bring it back in when you have time. Nevin Gonzalo Stewart is on fire. He wears a broad smile on his face. I tell you, the key to Nevin's longevity in cricket is his fitness. He prides himself on his fitness. Very good practitioner in the United States. You know, we were having a discussion recently, and he said that when he initially made that foray into US cricket, a lot of national players, they were just getting, as we say in Trinidad and Tobago, kicks on him, saying, you know, you're playing country cricket in the United States. Now, everyone wants to go to the United States. Ronnie Bikram Das is going to come in here to give his views. He was there. He went to the United States last year together with me to cover US Open. And Ronnie would attest to the fact that the standard is pretty high. Well, Ronnie Bikram Das seems to have gone to locate the ball where the last six was struck. And there we go again. On the outside, they're dancing. And on the inside, Nevin Stewart is also dancing. We're back here. We found Ronnie Bikram Das, and pretty soon he will give us his views on the standard of cricket in America. Take it away, Ronnie.
Yeah, the US Open, it's exceptional actually. I enjoyed my time there with the US Open. The players, the caliber players, we had international players like Umar Gul. And these are the caliber players you see at the US Open. A lot of the West Indian players are there. Shazam Babwa, as you mentioned, Nevin Stewart, the guy from Jamaica, I can't remember his name offhand, but a lot of these good players. And you have the local players there as well. You have the local players from America as well, Hutchinson and these guys. They are really good players. It's a really good tournament. It really promotes cricket in the USA.
And the standard is pretty high.
The standard is very high because of the caliber of these players, and not only the organization of the tournament is really good.
Sammy tries. Oh, that's a magnificent shot by Nevin Stewart for 6. He paused for the cameras, and when he realized that there weren't any wrong, he came out of that frame. But at 6 runs to the goal hole, Nevin Gonzalo Stewart.
Yes, linked from Jaron Alfred, captain to captain on that occasion, and we all know who won that battle. Nevin Stewart taking him down the ground. And he loves to play straight to Nevin Stewart.
Here's Alfred. Oh my, that's a wonderful shot again, a brilliant bit of fielding down behind square. What's that, Bolivar? Nevin Stewart, looked like Gordon Greenwich playing that shot.
Yes, sir.
My word, he can't put a foot wrong. He's on 37.
Good shot, but better fielding there on that occasion from the short fine leg fielder.
Ooh, this time he gets a bit loose, way outside the off stump, looking to drive. That left foot is actually in line with leg stump. It should have been just on and about the off stump or even outside, looking to drive through the offside. He has to temper it here. I think that the intention is clear from Nevin Stewart. Go out early and look to get quick runs in the power play to ease the pressure for the rest of the innings.
Yes, he's really enjoying himself out there now with Nevin Stewart on the back of those half centuries. He's really enjoying himself.
He struck 5 sixes today, 22 in the tournament. This time he's back, pushes it away on the offside. Slow delivery on that occasion. He gets a single, so it's 40 without loss.
Yes, and what Nevin Stewart does as well is he sets the platform for the youngsters later on in the innings. There was not much work for the youngsters to do in the back end of the last couple of games because Nevin Stewart, he took it away. He took it home for the Rainforest Rangers. Can he do that tonight again? Well, it's left to be seen. He's already off to a big start.
Here he is again, and this time that's a delivery right up in the block hole. And Daniel, who has been a mere spectator whilst Stewart has entertained, he just keeps it out. It's the end of the over, is it? At the end of 3, the score 40 without loss. More thoughts from Visham Lama.
Freedom McKenna is playing on the Book Reef Divers. Is it safe to say that Nevin Stewart is batting with freedom here tonight?
Well, yes, batting with freedom, but he can't bat with freedom because freedom is on the other side.
Yes. Mid-pitch confrontation there between Daniel and Nevin Stewart. And Daniel has just been a mere spectator on the other end. He has the best seat in the house. I think we have a fairly good seat as well. Let's hope Nevin Stewart doesn't give the automobile repair industry some work. A great man once said that, Mr. Mam Chan. So Afiba McKenna is going to be taking up the attack from the Rainforest end.
Stewart drives loosely outside the off stump. He needs to temper it here. Overconfidence can't get him into problems. He's on 38, which means he has now scored 199 runs in this tournament. He's one away from the 200-run plateau. This time he strikes it over, long off, put it, get into the hands of the fielder. That could be the match. Yes, he takes a catch. And Nevin Stewart goes. Look at the celebration. One would have thought that Brian Lara was just dismissed. And Nevin Stewart leaves the arena, but the captain has done his job. 40, his opening stand. He leaves for 38, inclusive of 5 sixes. And Nevin Stewart continues to dominate here in Tobago.
Magnificent stuff there from the Booker Reef Divers. Afiba McKenna coming into the attack and getting a wicket off the big man Nathan Stewart in his second delivery. And they will be happy to see the back of him. He's a very disappointed Nathan Stewart. You can see him there walking back to the pavilion. He is disgusted, but he's done good work for the Rainforest Rangers. He continues to do well in this tournament. Another man doing well for the Rangers, Samuel. He's coming to the middle. He's been the supporter for Nathan Stewart in the last couple of games. It ups to him now to take up that role to take them home. So here's Afiba McKenna, the batsman crossed in the last delivery. Daniel is facing up. So it's outside the off stump. Is that a wide? No, it's not. The umpire just signaling the halfway mark of the over. Run rate at the moment 11.43 and the required 9.54. This one is outside the off stump, skied into the air. Will this be out? It drops in no man's land there on that occasion. And Daniel, he lives to fight another day here. So it's good bowling here by Afiba McKenna. And he is pulling back things here for the Booker Reef Divers.
Afiba is bowling well.
Yes.
Good afternoon to Sheldon Rooks. He's across in the other commentary booth with your favorite commentator, the man called The Breaker. Wide signal by the umpire.
My favorite commentator, you said, Mr. Longchamp?
The Breaker.
That Breaker tripped a while ago.
This one rushes on to Samuels. He gets a single. Now, just to give his scores, he had scores of 17 in the last game, the second game. He had 19 not out last night, so he has done a job as well. He had 15 in the first game, and Daniel is now taking strike. He drives, takes the edge, and that's going to run away very close to the boundary. It should go over the ropes now, and it does. So 4 runs, they'll take it anyway they get it. It's now 47 for 1. And continuing the attack now. Score 47 for 1. Here. Nathan Stewart really entertaining us. 5 sixes just now. Time this is hoiked away down 2 mid-wicket runs here for them, and it's going to go into the boundary for 4. That's the 50 up.
Daniel, that occasion, he'll pick up a single. Thomas taking the attack from the river. Skidding a bit as he approaches the crease, so that's getting the roughage there on the crease, using the spikes.
So at the moment, there's a lull in the excitement, and you expect that after big players like Nevin Stewart leaves the arena. What a wicket there for Providence. Stewart going for 38. This time he makes room, looking to pull that somewhere down the ground. On that occasion, there's Samuels. This is over number 5 in progress. So after this, there'll be a strategic break. They're well placed there to challenge the final total of 102.
I'm sure Samuel is just telling Daniel, do not try too much. Do not look to manufacture any shots. Just play the shots play the deliveries on its merit, actually.
So he's forward and gets a quick single. He didn't ground the bat. He just basically put it in after. But he was home and dry.
That's the keeper there. Only having one stump to aim at, and with the gloves on as well, the inners on, it was very difficult for him.
So they want to get up there around 60 at the end of this one. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Will it clear the fielder? Yes, it does. Out of the ground. So they'll have to go down by the river now to bring that. And the score goes to 61 for 1. Is that the end of the over? A lovely way to end the over. So 41 required, or 5. That's 8 runs and over. And the Rainforest has it in their hands here at the moment. Well, we are back here, and I've been joined by Sheldon, the great Rooks, as he just came from the other side of the booth here at the Roxborough the Cyd Gray Complex in Roxborough. And welcome, David. I'm sorry, welcome, Sheldon. I keep calling you David because of David Brooks. But it's the first time I've made that mistake tonight. It reminds me of a very good friend I have in Trinidad. His name, of course, is Sunil, and I always call him Avinash for some reason.
Okay, well, at least I know the story behind this now. Right, we've got Kevon Samuel and Addison Daniel at the crease to carry on the good work that was put on at the front end of the innings by an in-form and really dangerous Navin Stewart. Looking absolutely fantastic, some glorious shots. And he's put his team in a terrific position here now. They just have to finish off.
Well,
61 for 1.
8 needed and over from here onwards. And you can see the beautiful Atlantic Ocean in the back. And it looks as if the water is just at the top of the wall. Optical illusion, is it?
Yeah, there's a little bit of a piece of land here, and then it falls away. There's no beach down on that part. It's all rocky, but it's a lovely spot here in Roxborough.
Reminds me so much of the cricket ground in the Arnos Vale in St. Vincent. So it's going to be Samuel. In fact, it's Daniel who's on strike. And that's a swing and a miss. He rehearses the proper shot. And it always happens. If you look at his left foot, it was actually pointing down the track. And it was in line with middle stump. But on that occasion, it should have been just slightly outside off as he's rehearsing now.
Which he does.
And he does it after the ball passes. But all batsmen do that. Here is Jones.
It looks as though it's going down leg. They're going to come through for a leg by.
So Jones, slow delivery, hitting him flush on the pads. Might have been struck outside the leg stump in the initial area of contact.
Samuel teeing him up here. Doesn't get one to really free his arms, but they're going to be able to come back for a second. So 2 runs off that. Still looking for the boundary ball. A few nudges here and there, and then a boundary ball every so often will do it for them. They don't have to go crazy. They've got a good score on the board, halfway point. They look as though they're in the driving seat, to be honest. For the first time, the Divers are facing defeat.
Well, should the Divers go down to defeat tonight, it'll make a very interesting battle leading up to the final position in terms of who tops the group to enter, to go directly into the finals. Jones. That's a beauty. That's an absolute beauty there by Jones. It touched down and seemed into him. An off-balanced Samuel was looking to drive, and it just went between him and the stumps.
I don't know how that missed the stumps. I thought that was bold. He was lucky to get away with that. I think the keeper was also expecting to hear the rattle of the stumps. Anyway, it didn't happen.
Sammy pulls. He's going to get one. I think at this point in time, both batsmen need to have a conversation. They need to plan. They seem to be out there without a plan on how to get to that final total, and they could dig themselves into a hole with guys like Jones, who is really mixing it up here at the moment, and that could be problems for them. They need to have a plan. So that should be signaled wide by the umpire. In fact, it's not a wide in his opinion, and Daniel was looking to crash that through the offside, but he pulled away, I think, and that made it an exaggerated view of where the ball actually went.
Yeah, umpire's in the best position, and as much as we may think that it could have been wide. Really, it's up to the umpire, who is right there, best possible look at what's happening. He's got to decide, and he decided against it on that occasion. But I'll come back to your point about having a plan and making sure that you stick to it. They missed out in that over. 6 balls, you're looking for 1 boundary ball. If you can get it, the maximum, then great. But you really need to have a boundary ball out of that 6. And unfortunately for them, they didn't find one. They're going to have to double up now, because that just squeezes the run rate closer together. I think that they're still ahead of the game here at this point, where the divers were. But then they're gonna have to find a way of taking it home. Can't afford to miss out on any boundary balls.
Well, I look right above me and I'm seeing a half a moon.
Yeah, maybe just helping with a bit of light here. Lights are full on now.
Yep.
6:30, as I say, was when they normally come into play. And they're on now. It's Providence coming into bowl.
So it peels off the edge, down to 3rd man. And they get 1. So Samuel, we have seen a different Samuel here tonight. He has been looking to get after the bowling. And normally with Nathan Stewart there, he knocks it around. But with Stewart not being there, he has been the more aggressive of the two.
1 off the first ball. Need to start really pushing that now.
Very sticky, humid weather out here in Roxborough.
I think the umpire is just asking some of the... I'll come back to that. Oh,
Again, for the 99th time, outside the off stump, Daniel tries to crash through the offside and misses.
missed out. Yeah, the umpire was just asking some of the divers players who are not part to come off the outfield.
This time
Oh,
this piece
thick
up the
edge.
edge. It's going down to point, running around from 3rd man and rifling. The return, they look for 2. That was poor running. Definitely 2 was on. The score was on now to 67 for 1. And I think that the divers are slowly crawling their way back to shore.
I think I wouldn't have risked the arm here. He hardly had to move the keeper when he took that in. Jones picked it up quite quickly, threw it in strongly, and I don't think I was coming back for the second.
I think you would have struggled to have gotten 1, to be honest, Sheldon.
Luckily, I was always good between the wickets. So
Rolling the wicket, Sheldon, or
that
playing,
Jones-
actually playing?
that Jones, I wasn't going to run to his arm. Another field change just slows things down a little bit. Looks as though we're ready now.
Well, if Nathan Stewart was still in there, I think this game would have been over already. 34, 35 required now. 18 balls after this over. That's going to be wide. That was so wide, I think that was a broad.
So he decided to leave that one alone. Let Alain give him the run. And now he's got another ball. Samuel's got to just get himself really in the right frame of mind for this next delivery. They're still looking for the boundary ball. Haven't been able to put away a big one for a while.
He's again, that's a quicker delivery, and it takes the bottom edge of the bat. It goes directly behind the keeper, and he's coming back here, Samuels. Will he make it? Well, there could have been a double play there, and they get back in for 2. The score is now 70 for 1.
Good running. Horrible sound on the bat, though, that bottom edge. It was a click sound. But it just went to a spot where the second run was on, and they managed to run through for it. Good run in the end.
This time outside the off stump, he's looking to crash it down the ground, and again he misses.
His timing has been off here, to be honest. When he has made contact, it hasn't been the best of contacts. Inside edge, top edge we saw earlier.
I want to say this time it's pulled away. It's going to go down close to the sea, but it's fielded, so that's one more. I want to say a good evening to Kerry St. Joseph. Kerry St. Joseph, one of our regulars on Cricket 360 stream. And also to Jason Ramkisoon. We're glad that we can entertain Mr. Ramkisoon. Tanisha Chantal Cupid. She enjoyed that one. It was so wide, it was abroad. It's the end of the over, is it? 71 for 1.
Tobago.
71 for 1. 31 needed to win for the Rangers. Samuel, he's going to be the man on strike. Daniel is at the non-striker's end. Samuel is on 20. Addison Daniel is on 9. And bowling from this end is Leon Davidson. He pulls that first one down and that's hit way out into the deep. It's a bit of a fumble. They're going to come back for a second. The throw for a change is not that good, and they come through for 2 runs. Well, he's going to have to bowl a bit better than that. These 2 batsmen are going to pick him apart. He doesn't quite make contact with that, but there's going to be a second one on here as well. Well, I tell you what, there'll be a third as well. It's gone out to Clinton Brooks. That's a good strong throw, but he can't quite get it over the stumps on the return. And they come back for a third, a rare 3 run. This is really going to be close here. 5 off 2 balls. A little bit of a debate about where the fielders should be placed, who should be where. You can't hide a man the size of Bolivar. Sooner or later, something is going to go his way and he's going to get picked out.
Well, I thought that Bolivar actually was excellent in the field last night. At the moment, the score is 76 for 1. And there are some insects out there. Could be very disconcerting. You're actually seeing them very clearly through our cameras. Yeah, he is now, and this is driven over the top. That is going to find its way into the boundary for 4. What a shot. A shot like that, I will leave the venue, I will go out, pay, and come back into view.
Well, that's the boundary ball that they've been looking for. They've knocked a few around already and, picked up the 3. So that's just going to settle their nerves a little bit. 22 required now, Vinod.
22 to get. 2 overs after this one. Daniel. This one hit hard into the turf, but a struggling Bolivar there.
Yeah, they didn't need to panic that much. He was never going to be able to get to the ball quick enough to get it in and, you know, break the wicket. So 1 to the total. You've already got 9 off the over. What is it? It's now you're 10 off the over. You're nice and comfortable. No need to rush this. Take your time. I was going to say wait for the bad balls, but unfortunately most of them have. You know, Davidson hasn't stood up here really and made it that difficult for them. That's the honest truth. He's pulled almost every delivery down short.
Here's Davidson. This time he muscles this away down to deep mid-wicket. They're only going to get one lovely bit of fielding there from Jones, who seems to be very, very good in the outfield. So they get one more. 20 to get. Are we in for some excitement here, Sheldon?
And that was another delivery that just sat there and waited to be hit. Unfortunately for he hit it to the man in the deep. They were only able to take one, but that's the kind of delivery that your eyes light up and you think this is gonna go. Yeah, there's going to be a little bit of excitement, but I suspect that it's going to be this ball and the next over.
Well, they're strengthening the onside. The offside, no, they're strengthening the offside. They've pulled the backward square out of that position and they're putting him into an extra cover position because of the fact that Davidson, for all the bad deliveries he has bowled, what he has done is to keep the ball outside the off stump. Here he is now, he bowls, and that's a slow delivery. You can see him just holding that one back. And I thought that Daniel's eyes would have lit up on that occasion. And it was as if, getting up on a Christmas morning and seeing a nice big red apple. But at the end of the day, his little brother passed and took the apple away and left him empty-handed. The end of the over, at the end of 8, it's going to be 20 required in 2.
82 for 1. You're quite right there, Vinny. His eyes lit up and he snatched at that one. A big swish of air as the ball went past him. Really should have got hold of that one. Anyway, where are we then? 26, I think Samuel is on. 14 to Daniel. We've got 2 batsmen who are really well set here, and they should be able to knock these off. For me, depending on who's coming on to bowl, don't leave it to the last over. Want to get as many as you can up front, and don't leave it to the last over.
This is going to be key because Jaron Alfred is going to come back into the attack. He's the leading bowler in this tournament with 6 wickets. He turned the match on its head last night, and when they came up against Fort King George. So let's see if he can do likewise here. He's bowling from the rear end. Oh, that's a ball there immediately is yorked. That delivery actually started on off stump. It crashes into leg stump. Jaron Alfred with wicket number 7. And it draws a vigorous shake of the head from Sheldon.
Yeah, because what can you do? You get a ball like that, speared in at your legs and then knocking back your leg stump. Very, very difficult delivery to deal with.
20 to get, 11 deliveries to reach it.
Yeah, sharp, on target, and rattling the leg stump as well. Well, that's just what the Rangers didn't need. I was thinking that all you want to do is get bat on ball. Just want to make sure that you keep Jaron Alfred out. There's plenty of room if you play defensively to take the singles. But he looked to have a bit of a waft at that one. And it crashed into the leg stump. 82 for 2. Still on. 20 runs is the required number of runs to take this. And for the first time, they're just dipping below that required run rate. And so Ned it is who comes to the crease. He's going to have to face an on-fire Jaron Alfred. I don't mean tonight. I mean throughout the whole tournament he really has played well. I think he's just had one early exit when he was out for naught last night. He got caught. A beautiful catch off Joshua James. Apart from that, he really has looked along with Nathan Stewart, perhaps Leron Lazama, the pick of the players. Here he comes now. He's up. He bowls. It's outside the off stump. Bit of a swish at that one as well from Ned. He misses. And there's no run. Every dot ball is going to put more pressure on the batting side as Alfred turns at his mark. Here he comes, he's into bowl. It's short, it's tucked off the legs. The keeper parries it to a man at short third man that they've got a man there, and they take one run. It came off the leg, so a leg by.
So 19 to get off 9, and they'll need a boundary here now. They don't want to go into that final over needing more than 10.
Yeah.
It's Alfred. And this is cracked away. Runs here for him. They get one, and that's all. There's a fumble, and they come back for 2. There's a fumble followed by a tumble, and then they come back for 2. So the score has now moved on nicely to 85. And at the moment, they still require 17 runs to get home.
They picked their man. As soon as it went out in that direction, they said that's 2, and they were coming back quickly, and they went through. And there was a fumble as well.
So it's going to be Daniel on strike. And that's a slow delivery. That's an excellent delivery there from Alfred. He's really bowling well. He has enjoyed this tournament so far. And it was outside the off stump. It was slow, it was full, and it was wide. Very difficult to fetch.
You have to make contact with every ball, because even if you make contact and it's a defensive shot, you're going to pick up a single. Can't afford for balls to be going into the gloves of the keeper.
You'll want to end strongly here. Here he is. And again, this is driven straight down the ground. An excellent over from Jaron Alfred. He leaves that over with his side having to defend 16 in the final over. And Nathan Stewart is already back in the hut. What a comeback by the divers.
I think that's probably one of the best overs that we've seen. In his 2 overs, he's gone for 11 runs. I mean, that's a terrific effort from Jaron Alfred. We talk about each of the skippers being able to lead from the front, and Jaron Alfred has rise up there, both with the bat and the ball. He was knocking it around the park earlier on, wasn't he? And now here he is finishing off and making it really tight, right at the death, leaving his team, well, leaving the Rangers with 15 to win.
Bobby Jones to bowl the final over. The left arm seamer. Daniel is on 17. Ned yet to score. So Daniel has been in there from the start. He actually opened the batting with Nathan Stewart. He scored just 17. I think he needs to take his team home because of the fact that he has been in there for such a long time. He would have eaten up a lot of balls.
Yeah, I was going to say, we would have had a look at the number of balls that he's faced and what he's done with them, because you may find that he's knocked them around for Stewart to get the strike. Could be. I'd have to go and look at that. I mean, if he's had 27 balls, then he doesn't deserve to be there.
Well, if he's at 27 balls, he should be playing for the West Indies, trying to defend on the last day of the test match at Old Trafford. Yes, Jones, that's a slow delivery driven straight down the ground. Runs here, they need to push for 2. They take 1, and yes, he's coming back. Ned is quick between the sticks, and they get 2. And this is what you want. You want pressure on the fielding side, and Jones under pressure, not being able to garner the ball, and they're back for 2. So 14 to get off 5.
And you can see where he had to grab that ball. You know, you don't want to be reaching down low to your left to pick up a ball that you need to have been thrown over the stumps. Yes, the throw. Yes, it was a nice pickup. Yes, he got it in there quickly, but he couldn't get it over the stumps.
Yeah, he is again. He bowls another slow delivery. This is worked away down behind square, and they're going to get 1. That's good bowling. Well, there's a bit of an argument out there. Bolivar collected that one. Jones is just telling everyone, just calm down. There was no way he could have prevented that single. I can't understand the exuberance of the divers.
Yeah, I'm not sure why there were shouts and screams there, because there was one there and they weren't going to come back for two. There was some degree of panic about the ball going to Bolivar. I don't know why.
One is one.
90 for two.
So it's going to be Ansel Ned. How good is Ned with the willow?
Yeah, good. I mean, if he connects, he's got a good eye. He's quick between the wickets, so even if he doesn't...
I have to be careful with asking that question. I once asked that in a match. How good is a batsman with the willow? They said he's excellent. And he kept missing the ball. He ended up making a perfect zero. And then I questioned again, why did you all tell me he's perfect with the willow? And they told me he owns a woodwork shop. So I have to be very guarded when I ask questions like that, Mr. Sheldon.
Yeah, I don't think Ned's in a woodwork shop or a hardware shop.
Well, he needs to hammer a few here. Here's Jones. Ned looking to swing this away. They're going for one. Jones got us the ball. He's all thrown out. It's all happening here in the Roxborough. He had to run because of the fact that would have been another dot delivery. It ended up being a dot delivery. It ended up being a wicket. But more importantly, Daniel gets into strike. And the score now 90 for the loss of 3. And the divers, they require 11-12 now to win. And 12 of 4. 12 of 3.
We got 3 balls, 2 big hits would do it. Yeah, all of a sudden,
is a man going out now.
Yeah, sorry, all of a sudden things have begun to unravel for the Rangers, and from a position of almost being able to grab the prize, it's just looking as though it's out of their reach now.
Is the Rangers a one-team man? That question begs now.
Well, we've got 3 deliveries to get the 12 runs. Here comes Jones.
Daniel, he has done away with the helmet. And again, he drives outside the off stump and misses again. He has been driving over and over and over outside the off stump. He seems to be batting with a donut.
Two balls and 2 maximums needed.
Here's Jones, he bowls him now, and this is driven away. That's a single. So 11 to get. 1 delivery to get it.
Interesting thing in this innings, 6 extras. That was it, just 6 extras. Made it really difficult. You know, imagine if they've gone to 15, which or 13, 14, 15, which is what other teams were giving away. That, for me, has been the difference here. They've kept it tight, fielded well, and been very disciplined with their bowling.
There's the final delivery. Well, he pulls out of it. When you're on shore, it's always wise to pull out.
Well, I'm just trying to keep the tension going for a little bit longer, I think.
Well, if he's keeping the tension going, he has tremendous self-control. Here he is. He runs away from the rainforest end and bowls. And this time he strikes down the ground. They take 1, and that's all they'll get. 92 for 3, a victory by 9 runs, and the divers, they have now recorded 4 and 4. They're perfect.
Yeah, top team in the competition, and even coming up against the top player in the competition, they managed things well. I wouldn't say that Navin completely got away, but he definitely got them off to a good start. He set up a possible good run chase, and in the end it just fell that little bit flat.
Well said, David. So, David Stewart and his boys, they go under. So they've now played 4 matches. They've won 2. They've lost 2. They remain in second position on 6 points. The Divers, they social distance themselves at the top of the standings. They have now gone to 12 from 4 matches. And we're going to take a short break. When we come back, there's another mouth-watering clash on the cards. And that is the little Tobago Islanders. They're coming up against winless Fort King George Gunners.
So, welcome back to the Cyd Gray Sporting Complex, and we are in for the second game here of the night, day 4 of the Chief Secretary Bago T10 Blast. Sorry for the late start here, some technical difficulties at the start, and opening the batting for the Little Tobago Islanders are Ronaldo Lezama and Leron Lezama, and for the Fort King George Gunners, opening the bowling Kishon Dillon. 4 balls already have been bowled. Ronaldo Lezama hitting a boundary of the first ball. To the left of me is Mr. Shelley Rooks. Good night, Mr. Rooks.
Looks like another boundary from Lezama. This one off the meat of the bat, and the last one was a bottom edge that went for 4. And good evening to you, and good evening to everyone at home. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast from Cricket 360 up here at the Cyd Gray Complex in Roxborough.
Well, Little Tobago Islanders, they will want to win this one. They won 1 already in the tournament. Fort King George Gunners, on the other hand, are winless after 3 games. And a stifled appeal there by the Fort King George Gunners. And no response there from the umpire. 8 for no loss, the Little Tobago Islanders. A change in opening partnership here between the Lezama and Damesbury. He's not there today. It's Ronaldo Lezama. What do you think is the thoughts behind that decision?
Well, he may have picked up an injury last night.
Yeah.
If he's not on the card, I can't imagine that he's busy doing something else. Big cricket being played here. He'll want to be at every game.
Well, tell you what, he's actually playing in this game, so maybe it's a tactical decision here, looking to get some quick runs early on. So it's going to be a spinner coming from the river end. It seems so at the moment. Let's see. Yes, it will be a spinner.
Yeah, Baird has just dropped down the order.
Yeah.
He's okay. He's just decided to change things up. Maybe give Ronaldo Lezama a shot at opening. He's quite aggressive, and if he gets off, could put some runs on the board.
Well, Antonio Providence is into the attack now. Short cut away by Leron Lezama, but that goes back to the bowler. Well, at least it's an attempt to cut that one away, but in the end going back towards the bowler. So a dot ball to start here for Antonio Providence. A short and looking to pull that one away again. And that one rushing Leron Lezama on that occasion. Was down the leg side. He was looking to pull that one away. So it's a start here by Providence. He's all over the place at the moment. They're just having a word with Lezama. A friendly word. Ronaldo Lezama. He's going to have his first look of Antonio Providence. And we are just having a look of his action at the moment. And we all hope that he is bowling out there and not throwing the ball. Yes, it looks safe. This one is straight to the cover fielder. No run to Ronaldo Lezama.
He's keeping him quiet, isn't he?
Yes, and he's again short outside the off stump, and it's a wide signal by the umpire. I thought that delivery should have been put away by Ronaldo Lezama. Good old Mr. Mamchon says it's a bit suspect is the action. So when it's tucked away onto the onside, they'll pick up a single. One more to the total of the Islanders. Leron Lezama, he was the main man for them in the last couple of games. Much like Nathan Stewart. Not to Stewart's extent in the way he has played. But this one short pulled away by Lezama. Leron, that is. Straight to the fielder again, Mr. Rook. So it's a very good overbuilding up here.
Yeah, that can happen, can't it? You get the field well set, or from time to time, the batsmen pick them out.
we are back. Little Tobago Islanders, 11 for no loss after 2 overs. Fort King George Gunners keeping things quiet at this stage early on. And he's bowled him. Keyshawn Dillon bowling Ronaldo Lezama. So the change here, I don't think it has worked for the Little Tobago Islanders, putting Ronaldo Lezama in the firing line early on.
Yeah, nice straight ball, a little bit too sharp for Lezama on this occasion. Keyshawn Dillon's got a nice action. I like the look of him. Runs in well, puts the ball there, and that one got through the defence of Ronaldo Lezama.
Yes, a nice fluent run up from Keyshawn Dillon, and yes, he has a very nice action as well. Allows him to run through with fluency and allows him to deliver the ball nicely as well. So that's awaiting. Adams looks to be the new batsman coming to the middle to join Leron Lezama, the captain of the Little Tobago Islanders. Only 11 runs at the opening partnership for the Little Tobago Islanders. Keyshawn Dillon, the main man for the Fort King George Gunners thus far. No sign of Joshua James, the captain, yet. Thus far, Dillon and Providence are doing the work for them. Here's Dillon. Short, and this one taking the gloves, going down to fine leg, and they'll pick up a single. So a shot on that occasion was Dillon.
I think this is a good pairing. You've got a very, very good hard hitter of the ball who's already got a couple of good scores in the tournament so far. He's on strike now, left-hander. And then Christian Adams is one of the most sensible players in the Tobago Cricket Association.
Yes, this was hoisted, taking the top edge of the bat of Lezama, and he scored. An easy catch there for the captain, Joshua James, looking to go straight there was Leron Lezama, and the bat just turning in his hand slightly and allowing that one to go to Joshua James. A big wicket here for the Fort King George Gunners. Can this be the night for them?
Well, they haven't got many more nights for it to come round. They've got to make something of this opportunity now. They've got 2 down, 2 big batters, all right. Maybe, as you said earlier, the experiment with pushing Ronaldo Lezama up the order, that's not really going to backfire on them. But getting Leron Lezama early and cheaply, I think that is that's a big wicket. Now they've got to deal with Christian Adams and Adrian Alexander, who's coming into bat now.
Well, I was just about to say that Adams, he will need to support Lezama. But with the fall of Lezama now, it's another batsman needs to step up here. I think it will need to be Adrian Alexander, because he's been good throughout this tournament with a bat. And he needs to step up. I'm sure he's a senior man for the Little Tobago Islanders as well. But on strike is Adams. He'll be facing up to Dillon now, because a batsman, of course, crossed in the last over. This one, he is looking to pull that one onto the onside, sorry, and
similar to the first ball that he faced as well.
Yeah,
going down the leg side. Similar result. They come through for a leg bye. Well, Adrian Alexander hasn't come off yet. Mm-hmm. He's had a few knocks, so he is due a big innings. And I mean, you know, you're really looking at 35-40 plus. And there's time on the board. He's in there with only 2 overs gone. So there is time for him to rack up that kind of score.
Yes. Here's Dillon. Short, and fending that one down to third man was Adrian Alexander. So he's off the mark. First runs on the board for him, 14 for 2, the Little Tobago Islanders. Yes, and I think if the Little Tobago Islanders are to get up to a respectable total, one of these 2 batsmen need to stay here in the middle and be supported by the other or any other to come, because losing 2 wickets in the power play of a T10 game is always a very difficult thing. So on a slow delivery from Dylan, guided away to backward point, and an easy single in the end as well. So at the end of over number 3, and they score 15 for 2.
He's mixed his length up really well, I think, Dylan, making it difficult. That first one to Adrian Alexander was short and lifting, and he fended it away, as you say. And that next delivery was a slower one outside the off stump. Clever bowling there from Dylan.
Well, we saw that in the first game as well. The bowlers utilized those slower deliveries, and it really was beneficial in their success. Because both teams were good with the ball in that last game. And I think the pitch is offering something now. Today is the day that the pitch has played the best. Mr. Mamchan mentioned that earlier. And I think he was very correct when he said that. And it's offering something for both the batsmen and the bowlers here now. Is this Roxborough pitch in the Cyd Gray Sporting Complex.
Shaquille Duncan is going to come into the attack now from the river end. And it's going to be Christian Adams to face.
So on, he's looking to take that one from outside the off stump and carry it on the leg side. I don't know why, but I don't like to see that from a batsman. So again, he's hitting over the offside. That's going to go into the boundary for 4. A beautiful shot on that occasion. That's what he should have done to the previous delivery, Adams.
Yeah, missed out because, as you say, a similar delivery. Last one was a dot ball. This one, he got it right and put 4 on the board. Here comes Duncan again.
Crunched on 6 now. So a 4 and a 6 there now for Adams, and that's a really power from him here now showing in this little Tobago Islanders innings.
Big overs are the things that really rattle the opposition. If you go for 15, 20, you can really shake the opposition. He's gone for 10 already here. That was a horrible looking ball, wasn't it?
Again on that occasion by Adams, and he'll only pick up a single. Looking to turn things on here now, Mr. Rooks.
Well, we said as Alexander walked to the wicket that he was due a big innings.
Yeah.
That's not 12 runs, that's not 15 runs. You've got to be up there 25, 30. That's the contribution that you're going to need from Alexander tonight. And you're going to need it in quick time.
Yep, certainly will. So Adrian Alexander face up to Shaquille Duncan. He's a big guy, Alexander. So he can hit some big 6s here tonight. This one is just turned onto the onside. A very quick single taken here. That's good work by the batsman. Good running as well. And it's always good to see the batsman in these sort of formats of the game not look to bludgeon the ball to the boundary. When you get the deliveries to hit, yes, you hit it. But just take your time in the balls that you don't get that opportunity.
Especially if you've already got a maximum and a boundary.
Yeah.
Oops.
A false start there from Duncan. Short and outside the off stump, but
there's one there. But from the second that left Duncan's hand, that looked like something that said, "Hit me." And unfortunately for Adams, he couldn't hit it hard enough.
Well, the batsman edged that one because there was no signal. This one is crunched onto the offside. But still not the connection that Alexander would have liked. So that's the end of the 4th over. 32 for 2, Little Tobago Islanders.
You see, it didn't look... Oh, sorry, beg your pardon. We're going to take an ad here.
Tobago.
And we are back, and we're just awaiting resumption of play. The substitute fielder just bringing the helmet on here for Adrian Alexander. And seems as though Joshua James, the captain, he's going to take up the attack from the rainforest end.
Well, as we've seen before with bowlers like Navin Stewart, Jerron Alfred, and now Joshua James.
Yeah.
These are the bowlers that can cause problems. They take wickets and they keep the runs down. So these two batsmen should look, first of all, get bat on ball. You don't want dot balls. And because the fielders are spread, there are still singles there.
Yes, James. Oh, just back of the length there. And Alexander looking to pull that one away. And in the end, missing that one.
Did it look as though he wanted to hit that ball hard to you?
Yes, I think you...
Exactly.
Yeah.
How hard? The answer to that is too hard. Get some bat on it, put it out there and pick up a single. Instead, you've got a dot ball.
That's right. It's an easy single down to third man if he had. And this one just turned onto the onside. And now he gets the single.
Yeah, exactly. If you knock him about, at some stage he's going to think, all right, I'm either going to give you 6 runs if you want to take it, or I'm going to try and do something a little bit different. And it's in the trying to do something different that you may get that boundary ball.
Yes.
He's young, Joshua's young. He's still learning his craft. So put the pressure on him. Take a run off him every time. Take a run off him. No bowler likes to have runs taken off him every ball.
Joshua James, short and looking to cut that one away onto the offside. He was giving himself room on that occasion there. Adams, again missing out. So a couple of dot balls here are vital now for the Fort King George Gunners.
Yeah, and Adams is angry with himself after the shot because he knows if he just waited that little bit longer, that was a little cut. There was a little cut shot there, down to third man, and another single.
Let's see what he can do now. Shot again, and hit hard, but straight to the fielder.
Beautiful piece of fielding there. Very, very hard. Came off the bat. Not quite like a rocket, but very, very hard. And a good pickup.
They're really putting pressure on themselves here, the Little Tobago Islanders. I don't think... yes, it's good bowling from the Fort King George Gunners, but I don't think it's much on the Fort King George Gunners. But the batsmen, they are not using...
Exactly.
What is presented to get the runs. Here's Joshua James again. Oh, and he's bowled him! So pressure on Little Tobago Islanders, and these two batsmen at the crease have forced a wicket here for the Fort King George Gunners.
And my point here is you want to see Joshua James off. You want to make sure that in the column where it says wickets, it says 0.
Yeah.
He didn't take your wickets, because it's only by keeping your wickets that you're going to have a chance to put runs on the board. If you start tumbling here, you're in real trouble. Adams could have, chopped that one as well. You push that one out and take another single.
Yep. And that's a big wicket here for the Fort King George Gunners. So 3 wickets, and we are inside 5 overs here now. And these 3 key wickets here for the Fort King George Gunners. A good start for them. Only 33 on the board thus far for Little Tobago Islanders. I'm not too sure how much they are going to get from here on. I don't know if you has a score in mind for the Little Tobago Islanders, Mr. Rooks.
Well, they fell short yesterday, didn't they? Did they not put on 75 or something like that? Wasn't that the lowest total? They're in danger of doing that again tonight, aren't they? 33 for 3 after 4 overs. Simmons Peters comes to the crease now. He hasn't had that much exposure to batting.
I hope that the batsmen who are in the dugout at the moment and coming out to the middle saw what the batsmen out there are doing, and they can change that.
Shot.
This one is played down to Laurent with a straight back there from Peters.
And it takes someone like Simmons Peters, who's had very, very little time in the middle, to show just what to do. Drop the bat straight back down the ground, pick up a run. He was the only one to take a run off Joshua in that over.
Yes, so Mr. Roxon, at the end of 5 overs, the Little Tobago Islanders 34 for 3, and at this point in time, we'll take a break with the strategic timeout. Yes, welcome back after the strategic timeout, the first strategic timeout in the second game of the night here. Day 4, Chief Secretary's Bago T10 Blast on Mac TV, Cricket 360. Two of the best platforms for streaming cricket around the world. And want to thank the TCA for giving us a chance to view some wonderful cricket here thus far on the show for the last 4 days. Thank God as well for the lovely weather he's offered to us. Shaquille Duncan, he's going to continue from the river end. Peters on that occasion looking to cut onto the offside. No run. Oh, driven, but straight to the field at cover. So a lot of dot balls in this innings thus far for the Little Tobago Islanders. A full toss, a skied into the air. Will it be out? Oh, and it goes all the way for 6. So Peters hits his first maximum of the innings, and it's a no ball as well. So 7 runs here now. The maximum benefits here for Simmons, Peters, and the Little Tobago Islanders. Maybe the dew on the ball accounted for that mishap there from Shaquille Duncan, delivering a full toss over waist height. As I welcome Mr. Mamchan to the commentary booth.
Ken Peter struggling on that occasion. This time it's a bad delivery. It was short and wide, and Ken Peter's putting away and trying to cut. He had room on that. There was no need to make through the room. He went away and he didn't make contact. This time this is tossed up and driven one.
So it's a very low scoring innings thus far from the Little Tobago Islanders. If they have to get to a respectable total, they will need to have some big hitting here coming in the latter phase of this innings. Adrian Alexander, he needs to come good here for them tonight.
So here's Rodney. This time he pulls down to a long one, old-fashioned long barrier, and he gets one more. So keeping it tight, Rodney, and in fact that has brought the over to an end at the end of 6. It's 42 for the loss of 3.
Well, what an exceptional over there from Rodney. And it was a very good over. Only that one no ball and a 6 in the end for him, and a couple singles as well. And that would have pulled back things a bit there for the Fort King George gun as well. 43 for 3 and 6 overs, the Little Tobago Islanders. Mr. Mamchan, any thoughts on the score that they may get here?
I think we can get up to 80. They can still fight the game. So which means that in 4 overs they would require 37 runs, which is close to 10 and over. If they can get 10 and over from here, I think they still would get something they can fight with.
Seems as though Shaquille Duncan is going to come from the rainforest, and he bowled his first over on the river end. Now swapping ends here for the Gunners.
Sammy's ball, is he? That one crashed into the pads of the wicketkeeper and ricocheted onto the stumps. So again, the bowling is tight. Duncan keeping it tight at the moment. Outside the off, somebody cuts uppishly and he gets one. Over number 7 in progress. So for George, they've started well. They need to get a victory here to have a chance of at least finishing second or third, and not last. Here is James running in, attacking that one. Cuts it down to 1.
Well, Little Tobago Islanders only winning 1 game. The Rainforest Rangers winning 2. So Tobago Islanders on 3rd at the moment. Gunners, this is a big challenge for them today.
This is outside the off stump and it eludes the wicketkeeper. Let's wait on the umpire. Buys.
The batsmen they are playing smart at the moment, getting those singles and doubles, but you need those big hits ever so often as well.
Definitely. So it's the end of the over.
Tobago.
That one. So we are seeing some drizzle here now in the second game here now against with Little Tobago Islanders taking on the Fort King George Gunners. The rains are with us here in Roxborough. This one is punched onto the offside, but a single again. So they are dealing in singles and doubles here at the moment. At the moment, the umpires are not signaling, making any signals rather to the ground staff. They are continuing to play. This one is down the ground from Peters. Diving effort there from the fielder, but it runs into the boundary for 4. So unfortunately there for the fielder, he couldn't save that one for the Fort King George Gunners. The 50 is now up here for the Little Tobago Islanders. They move to 53 for 3, and we are into the 8th over. 4 balls in the 8th over has been bowled. Today didn't look as though rain would have fallen this evening. It was a good weather throughout the day, but you can never tell. These days, of course, it's a rainy season, and we got to be thankful for whatever sunlight we acquire these days. And of course, God is doing His work. Swan is flighted, but Rodney on the back foot this time, guiding that one to a short third man, a wideish third man, and being able to pick up a singles. Simmons Peters, he's looked very impressive thus far. Haven't gotten as much chances as he would have liked in this tournament thus far. He's down the ground and he's stumped. So Adrian Alexander looking to manufacture a shot here out of nothing. He is gone for 8 runs, I think. Yes, so he goes back to the pavilion for 8, and we were just saying that we would want him to stand up here now, the Little Tobago Islanders, to get to a respectable total. But how happy will the Fort King George Gunners be to see him walking back to the pavilion? And as well, the score on the board, 54 for 4.
Well, the Islanders are struggling at the moment. This is over number 8 in progress. FKG Gunners looking to get their campaign on the road. They've lost all 3 matches so far, and the Islanders, after a good win on the opening night against Nevin Stewart's Rangers, they've gone downhill since then.
Yes, definitely. And the Little Tobago Islanders, they have shown that they have it in them to win games, but the last 2 games just haven't had that cooperation amongst the players. Batting has been good. In the bowling,
well, just a little note on Little Tobago. First, Little Tobago at one point in time was owned by Ian Fleming, and formed the basis of some of his novels, and it was an inspirational place for him. And that's very close to Goat Island, and Goat Island is an island very close to Little Tobago, and it got the name Goat Island because there was a farmer who were rearing goats on that island, and every day he used to take across the water and feed for them. Must have been a difficult job. That was one farmer who couldn't leave the country. It's a swung away, a mighty swing, and that's 6 runs, I think. Yes, it is.
And that was a really good shot there by Peters. His timing was on point on that occasion. He wasn't looking to do too much. The ball was there for it, and he just played through the line of it and was able to get 6 runs.
Well, it was a length delivery, and the length delivery from James got the required treatment.
Yes, very much so. He's doing what the previous batsmen weren't able to do against Joshua James.
Just backs away and gets it down to fine leg. There is runs here for him. In fact, there'll only be one. So just today, they released the fixtures for the CPL, and the Tobago Knight Riders will open their campaign at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy against the Guyana Amazon Warriors. And 8 of their 10 games will be played at 10:30 a.m. in the forenoon. That is because it will be shown in India at 7:30 p.m. in the night.
Very interesting. I'm very excited for that tournament. I'm sure everyone looking on here and all cricket fans are excited for that as well. And it's good to get quality cricket back on the way.
This tournament has been very good for Tobago. It's the best tournament we've ever had in Tobago. So Mr. Bikram Das will agree with me. He has been at the wheels, observing the tournament, the quality of it. A 2-height stance. And Davis allows it down the leg side. And he then scampers away for one. A big man, Davis. And they get 2 runs.
I think that the keeper went to the wrong end on that occasion. The bowler there, Joshua James, he was behind the stumps on the bowler's end. And Davis, he was struggling to get back to the crease.
Davis, a big man. You would not want to meet him in an alley here in Roxborough.
I think Shaquille John could meet him. I'll let him take the first strike.
This is a played away down to square leg. They get one, and Davis is not going to come back. No, he's not going to come back. But you know, he's a guy if you meet in an alley in Roxborough. If I meet him personally, I will smile, I will shake his hands, and I will congratulate him on what a lovely place Roxborough is.
Yes, it is a very famous place indeed, and known for...
Tell us a bit about Roxborough. You're the local.
After this delivery, I'll get to that.
Down the leg side, and they're going to get 5 what should be white. Let's wait on the umpire. Yes, those arms goes spread eagle.
Yes, Roxborough, named after the Roxborough Plantation Estates, of course, known for the famous 1876 riots. Named the Belmana riots after the police chief here in Roxborough, the head police chief. And Roxborough is also known for the old Cocoa House and the Argyle Waterfalls, which I think we will be visiting tomorrow.
Yes, we should be visiting the Argyle Waterfalls, and we're sure to bring you pictures of that, because we want to encourage you to come to Tobago. This is played away nicely by Davis. Chief Secretary Ansel Dennis is doing a wonderful job and looking to market this country. And so far, he's doing a fine job. He's using sport as a tool, cricket in this instance, and it is going all over the world. Remember, we're showing in Fort Lauderdale as well, and the wider America through Mac TV. On that note, I want to say a very good night to Mohammed Qureshi, the owner of Mac TV, and all the staff there out in Fort Lauderdale as we continue the action here, and we're providing it for them. A good delivery, just back off a leg. He was trying to pull. He got on some extra bounce because of his height, and it goes through to the wicketkeeper. 74-4, this is over number 9, and the man sitting next to me, Visham Lalman, is telling me about the Belmana riots. Visham, you're from La Gloria. Have you done research on La Gloria in Trinidad? Tell us a bit about that.
Well, I know La Gloria was known for the famous orange and cocoa plantation estates back in the day. Of course, owned by the Caroni Limited. Of course, my dad worked there as well, so he was able to tell me about that. And of course, there is still some existence of the plantations, and of course, persons have taken over some of the land and stuff there. So you are still able to go and see that. So I can invite persons to...
Yes, well, I know that you'll continue that story. That's a break for a word because we'll be back. We're back and we're getting a lesson in La Gloria. Didn't an attempt at diversification of the sugar industry take place at La Gloria in terms of the Buffalipso?
Yes, Buffalipsos, there was existence of that. The North Trace stretch just beyond the Enchanted Gardens estate.
Enchanted Gardens.
Well, well, well. This is Davis trying to pull that away. And that signal wide. Providence his action needs some attention. Let's look at it. Here he is. Well, well, well. This is in the end. He has taken a wicket. So Davis goes, and Providence with a very funny action, I dare say. He gets that wicket. It's now 71 for the loss of 5.
Well, Providence, his first over went for 3 runs, and actually 2 runs. And now coming back in his second, continuing to apply the pressure on Little Tobago Islands, picking up his first wicket of the night. That ball just rising on Davis a bit, looking to go to the onside, and he was able to just edge that one into the hands of Kishon Dillon, who also picked up a wicket here tonight. The first wicket for the Fort King George Gunners. And if they can keep up this energy, I think they may be able to win what will be their first victory. They'll take what will be their first victory of this tournament. A much needed victory, a must-win game for the Fort King George Gunners. Coming to the crease is A. Reed. That's 5 balls remaining in this innings. 71 the total thus far. Mr. Mamchan said 85. Let's see if they are to get to that, they will require 14 more runs. And I think the batting of the Fort King George Gunners haven't been up to par, so that could very well be a good total for them. All left to be seen here at the Cyd Gray Sporting Complex in Roxborough. Cyd Gray, former national footballer. Cyd Gray Sporting Complex also has its sites known for the artesian well in the car park of the venue. The river just to the right of us. And there's also the sea to the left of us. This one is short, pulled away onto the onside. Will it go into the boundary? No. The backward square leg fielder comes around. They are looking for 2 here, the batsmen. And they will get it quite easily in the end. So Peters continuing his good work thus far. He's rolled on to 25 since coming to the crease. Antonio Providence, a hop and a skip as he approaches the crease. And they will get an easy single in the end. Good running by both batsmen here. Reed will now coming to the strike. Just waiting for Reed to get his gloves on. And the spirits of the Fort King George Gunners are up at the moment with the way in which they are playing here. You can see a different energy tonight from the captain and his team. He's urging on his players. Is Joshua James, a young man, former West Indies under 19 player. Here's Providence. And he was going to sweep that one onto the onside. There was Reed. And not making connection. So leg by signal by the umpire. They were able to get through for a single in the end. The current run rate 7.76. He's down the track, Peters, and is he stumped? No. He's keeping that foot in, that back foot in the crease there, grounded. Solid foundation, Peters. He is cutting that one away under the offside, and he will be out. So the last delivery of the innings bearing fruits there for Antonio Providence. So the Little Tobago Islanders end on 75 for 5, and the team going for 6, and the team going in with more confidence into the second innings will be the Fort King George Gunners. Can this be the night for them? Well, we'll wait and see. See you soon for continued coverage of this game.
But we are back here after a slight delay for rain, and the rain had perfect, impeccable timing because it came at the innings break, and the Islanders, they made 75 for 6. Gunners will be looking to get that. What has made things even worse for the Islanders is that there's a sprinkling that came on the outfield to already add to the dew. So it's going to be difficult, as you can see there, pulling out on that occasion, the bowler. And it's going to be difficult to grip the ball. It's going to slip and slide out there. So the Islanders, they're up against it here to record their second win against a winless Gunners.
And if the Islanders get it right with the ball as well, the ball will tend to skid on with that extra moisture on the track.
Definitely so. Daniel looking to get to that, hitting it hard along the turf.
Although the target is 76 for the Fort King George Gunners, the way they have played in the last couple of games, their confidence will be a bit low coming into this innings. So it'll be interesting to see how they go towards a total like 76.
So it's whipped away around the corner and they get one. So number of players here in Tobago, they're getting a chance to be showcased in the United States, and with the US Open coming up in December, they'll be interested in that. I want to say good night to Cyd. One day he may log on to the stream and he has Wi-Fi.
I thought you were gonna say that Cyd may play the US Open one day. Yes, but I saw that the US Open draft is not too long from now as well.
Yes, it's going to come up very soon. This time, Duncan is nicely behind this one, nice and solid. So I think the Gunners, they've realized that they don't need to hit every ball out of the park.
Mm-hmm. It's a low total, to be fair, and you can afford to knock around deliveries. And with, as you mentioned, that moisture on the track, they need to get a little familiar with the pace now. It's a bit low and slow at the moment.
This delivery outside the off stump, and it goes through to the wicketkeeper.
Well, a short delivery there. He missed out there on that occasion, the batsman. But again, the level of the ball on that occasion accounted for that shot. That Glenn Sharp, yesterday he opened the bowling for the Little Tobago Islanders. He had a really good spell. A sharp spell, I should say.
Point away for 4. Short and angled into the batsman, and it was just a matter of hoiking it away down to the boundary for 4.
Yes, that one sat up and was there for the batsman. The hit was down the leg side. Pull down shot. You don't have the pace to be bowling at that length. And in the end, resulting in a boundary. So the first boundary for the Fort King George Gunners. And that will be welcomed by them. Into the attack now for the Little Tobago Islanders. Young Roberts, he'll be taking up the attack from the river end here at the Cyd Gray Sporting Complex. He'll be bowling to Daniel. This one again is short, but outside the off stump. And again, the ball keeping low on that occasion. Batsman playing for bounce there. So good start there by Roberts so far, and the Little Tobago Islanders. This one again is short and crashed away through the offside. That will run into the boundary for 4. There's no chance of stopping that. Not a man move, except that fielder on the deep extra cover boundary.
So here's George again. Robert, sorry. And this one is short, looking to tug it around the corner. He had to fetch it from outside the off stump. And he got a single. So the score is into double figures. They're now 10. Remember, the target is 76. So they need 7.6 and over. In the first over, they've already achieved that without losing a wicket.
I always say that when the batsmen take this ball from outside the off stump and carries it to the leg side, they won't get maximum benefits from that. You are better off playing it on the offside. But let's see. This one again is into the air and it's out.
In and out. It was struck firmly, but that catch should have been taken.
That was a straightforward catch. It was hit hard, but it was straight to the fielder. It was into his hands and out. So there's always that chance as well when you are diving forward of the ball dropping out of your hand. And I think that was the case there for the cover fielder of the Little Tobago Islanders. What was key for the Fort King George Gunners in their bowling was bowling those dot balls, and I think that's what will be needed here by Little Tobago Islanders.
Is it on the leg side? Did he get something onto that? No. The umpire signals wide. It's been a bit erratic. He needs to settle down.
Yes, Duncan is looking to get on with things, but again, we are speaking of that total of 76. You can afford to buy some time here and allow yourself to get a feel of the wicket, but at the moment he's swinging wildly.
This time he struck on the pad. That one heading down the leg side.
Going across the line on that occasion there, Duncan. Brings the over to an end. 11 without loss. The Fort King George Gunners, they are ahead of the run rate. Actually, they are under the run rate at the moment.
So we're back live here. The Gunners are 11 without loss. Remember, they're chasing just 76 for victory.
During the break, we saw a drop catch again. So 2 drop catches here.
And you're defending such a low score, you need to take your catches.
And there's no real pressure on the fielders at the moment to give them that benefit of the doubt or a reason to be dropping those catches and making those mistakes in the field.
Skipper Lizama is holding out the super sub.
Yep.
It's a very still night. Hardly any wind around.
Calm Monday night in Roxborough.
Is it a calm before the storm?
Well, I think that the storm has already left Roxborough, and that the only storm that was coming in Roxborough was Nevin Stewart.
Not even Nevin has left tonight. Shabu's a slow delivery, and it's right up into the block hole, and he gets a single. So Sharp, you can see using his experience here, he's mixing it up nicely. Seems to be a very sharp bowler. He's bowling with a hat on.
Yesterday he was extracting some pace out of the surface, but not today. He's just looking to vary his pace. Already completed 1.3 overs.
This time he's down the track. Did he get an edge? No signal from the umpire. Now, by coming down the track, he would have closed the angle. So, whereas from our vantage position, the wicketkeeper would have collected it pretty wide. Whilst the ball was passing him, it was well within his hitting range. So, that's good umpiring. Hey, Sharp. That's a full toss, and his partner Daniel had to get out of the way. So,
it's a good piece of fielding. Sometimes the coaches tell you that you need to attack the ball, but sometimes when the ball is hit that hard, you can afford to take that extra step back and collect the ball.
Okay, good delivery. He played right back to the bowler. So Sharp is keeping it tight. He's trying his best. This is over number 3. But those 2 drop catches, would they live to rue that here tonight? Shabu, this is airborne. Would this go all the way? Well, the fielder falls in the process of trying to complete the catch. The ball rolls behind him, and they come back for 2. The luck definitely not running the way of the Islanders.
Well, I think that the Fort King George Gunners need some luck here in this tournament to get things off and to get a win, and they are certainly getting that at the moment.
Proceedings are very quiet at the moment. I haven't seen a crowd today at all. It's a Monday night. In the event that the crowd shows up here, the stadium has been equipped to cater them in terms of the social distancing, because there are X's in certain chairs that they can't sit, and of course adequate supplies of sanitizers, hand sanitizers around the ground.
Yes. Kudos to the TCA for organizing that.
This one rushes onto the batsman. He gets a single.
So it's Roberts continuing for the Little Tobago Islanders. 7 runs, actually 6 runs in his first over. Didn't start badly. And I was mentioning the run rate. They are just under the run rate slightly. Current run rate is 6, and the required 6.34 at this stage.
Simon is hoiked away for 6 runs out of the ground. As simple as that. A length delivery, and it just helped it on his way. In fact, the umpire is signaling 4 now, so it's 4, and the score goes on to 19 without loss.
Yes, a good shot. He hit that across the line, but he made good connection. And that shot deserved to be a boundary. A good start here by the Fort King George Gunners. That was a good shot there again from Duncan. He played that shot. That was intentional. He guided that one over the keeper's head and ran into the boundary for 4. Commendations to the TCA as well for getting the ground cut here today for day 4's cricket. That's the reason why the ball got to the boundary very quickly as well. Yesterday, Sheldon Ropes, he was mentioning that the ground needed cutting, and he got that. So he was looking to play that one onto the offside. There was a Duncan. And in the end, edging it down to third man who's on the boundary, allowing Duncan to get through for a single. Tally up to 28 for no loss. Key thing thus far is no wickets has been lost for the Fort King George Gunners. New opening partnership as well. This one's down the leg side. Actually,
Lovely bit of wicket keeping there from Dean's Bed.
yep.
This is day 4 of the Bago T10 cricket tournament. So it's Duncan on strike. So it's flicked away. It's a beautiful shot, but there's a fielder right down there on the boundary. He gets only one. It's the end of over number 4, is it? At the end of 4, it's 21 without loss. Sorry, 30 without loss. So Duncan on strike now. He's on 17. It's 30 without loss.
Adrian Alexander taking the ball for the Little Tobago Islanders. 88 on his Darren Sammy's number.
That ball goes in between the batsman Duncan and the wicketkeeper.
An arm ball to start proceedings there from the left arm orthodox spinner. It's been very economical in the tournament for the Little Tobago Islanders.
This is a shorthand jab that goes down to cow corner. And they complete 2. Good bit of running there.
Yes, a good piece of fielding as well. A slide and a pickup. And he was able to get it back into the 30-yard circle, into the square, and limiting them to 2 runs. Fielder was Ronaldo Lezama on that occasion.
So again, Hoyk said there's a man coming off the boundary at the pin wicket. This is over number 5 in progress. After this over, we'll have a strategic timeout. So they haven't gotten away to the extent that they would have liked. 33 without loss. So back drives nicely. There is no run.
I think that the Little Tobago Islanders may need that strategic timeout to settle their heads a bit and look to get a wicket after it, if they don't get one before.
And the wicketkeeper not holding that one as the umpire is signaling by. So the keeper bed needs to support his bowler. They're not defending a big total. And the score goes to 34 without loss. So which means they require still another 42. After this over, they'll have 5 more overs to get that. Shouldn't be difficult with all 10 wickets in hand. This time he back and pulls it down behind square. All he can get is 1. So bowling to his field here, Alexander. And that's the end of the over. We're off to the strategic timeout. And just to bring you up to scratch, the score 35 without loss. And they require a further 41 of the last 5.
didn't have the best of innings, but yes, he's got to do the work for them for the ball, with the ball actually now. Can he get a couple wickets here? And next to me, Mr. Sheldon Rooks, welcome.
Hi Vishan, how are you doing?
It's a bit cool tonight, feeling a bit cold.
Zama it is who's up to the wicket now, and he bowls, and it's short, tries to pull that. That's going to be wide as well. The keeper doesn't take it cleanly, and they come through for 1 run. A little bit of untidy cricket there.
Well, extras won't help the cause at the moment. Wickets is the name of the game at this stage. 35 for no loss after 5. It's either wickets or you just continue to bowl those dot balls, pile up the pressure.
Yeah, because I don't see a bowl out taking place in the next 5 overs.
Yeah.
However, I do see the prospect of trying to really just stifle the batsman here with either good fielding and tight bowling. Here we go.
It's one short and down the leg side again. So 2 wides in 2 successive deliveries here for Ronaldo Lizama.
Yeah, just getting the line wrong there, Lizama, and there is no leeway. If it goes down the leg side, that's going to be wide. Yeah. Outside the off stump, you might get a little bit here or there, but once it's leg side, the umpires have decided everything down the leg side, where there's no contact, is going to be wide.
Remember, there's already been 3 drop catches and a missed stumping in this innings. Short and some delivery, a good short ball there from Ronaldo Lizama. Not much pace, but it rised on the batsman very late, and he wasn't able to make connection to ramp that over the keeper's head.
I've always liked his action. Yeah. He's got really nice action, coming up to the crease, nice delivery. He waits just as they decide exactly where they're going to have the men in the field. What is it that they've lost here?
Seems as though he's looking for his spikes. One of his spikes went running away from his shoe.
Right, here comes Lizama again. He bowls, that's short as well, and that's it. Down towards fine leg. They come up. There's 1 run.
Yes, that ball rushed him on that occasion there. He wasn't able to make the connection again, taking the splice of the bat, and in the end, that's a ballooning to that. That's in between the short fine leg fielder and the deep backward square leg fielder.
Well, as long as they can continue ticking the scoreboard over, that'll be good. Here's Lizama again. He tried to pull that down. There's something that he's not happy with.
And making the connection this time for sure was Shaquille Duncan. He crashed that one to the boundary for 4, the fine leg boundary for 4. So 38 for no loss here, the Fort King. Actually 43 for no loss, the Fort King George Gunners. Shaquille Duncan, he is on 25, and Daniel, he is on 12. A good start for the Fort King George Gunners, not losing a wicket at this stage, and we are into the 6th over.
Yeah, but Lizama's not unhappy. He's not very happy.
Yeah.
The footwear is troubling him, and that last delivery when he landed, he winced. Maybe there was a bit of a slide there, and he didn't plant his foot properly, but not happy.
So here he is to continue. Short again, and just getting some connection onto that. The keeper wasn't able to clean that up. The short fine leg fielder comes around, limits them to 1.
Yeah, that wasn't going to go. We had that just a couple of minutes of light drizzle, but it came at a time when the lights were on. There was already dew, so it's going to be heavy here. It's not going to dry up. It's very, very humid here, so the ball's not going to travel quickly over the ground.
Little Tobago Islanders doesn't have the luxury of having that bowler with extra pace, but they do have the luxury of smart bowlers who can vary their pace, their line and their lengths. And that's what's key in a T10 format of a game.
Yeah, that fielder just held on to that one. No need to try and do anything spectacular. He was almost back in his crease there anyway at the non-striker's end, so he just held on to it, and there was no run. Dot ball is going to be absolutely vital to see how this pressure builds. Here comes Lezama again. Short, and it's spanked back down the ground straight, and they come through for 1 run.
So at the end of 6 overs, the score 45 for no loss. Fort King George Gunners require 31 more, yes, 31 more for victory. 31 from 4 overs, 31 from 24 balls. A simple equation in front of the Fort King George Gunners, but an uphill task here now for the Little Tobago Islanders.
Well, in addition to the dots, the other thing that will slow up the runs is if you can, winkle out a wicket here or there.
Yeah.
Because that's a dot ball. We have to see if they can get possibly 2 or 3. All of a sudden you reduce the number of available balls for them from which they can score. So yes, in addition to minimising the extras, keeping the field nice and tight, you want to try and get a couple of wickets there. Here's Alexander again. A huge swing at that one and he misses.
Alexander only conceded 4 runs in his first over. He had a brilliant first over, and already he's continuing with dot deliveries. And yes, they are in a comfortable position here, the Fort King George Gunners. But if you get 1 or 2 wickets here now, you can really put some pressure on a team that hasn't been performing well in the tournament.
They may have given that one away. Yes, well, yeah, they've found the fielder who they've put in the deep for the last 3 nights now, Simmons Peters, and he takes a really, really good catch. But that's that's the kind of wicket where you say you bought that wicket, because he gave him that, didn't he? It was a horrible lofted hit way up, and it just fell into the hands of waiting Simmons Peters, who's had a good time with the bat and now he's having a good time in the field.
Yes, well, in the end, Mr. Rooks, he gave himself too much room. He premeditated a shot that he wanted to hit on the onside. And in the end, that ball slipping out of the hands of Adrian Alexander, in the end being a full toss, and he had to make up for that was the batsman, and just looking to get that over the offside, and in the end hitting it down to long off. And a big wicket there for the Little Tobago Islanders.
And a dot ball.
Yes, that's the key. And Adrian Alexander, the pressure that he's provided on the batsmen of the Fort King George Gunners thus far is proving to bear fruits to him, picking up that key wicket.
Well, we were talking about what would slow them down, and you want to try and make sure that you have dot balls in there. Wickets will do that too. Here's Alexander again. Left arm over, big swing. They say that there's a bottom edge onto that, and there you go.
Wow, oh my goodness, 2 quick wickets here for the Little Tobago Islanders. We were just speaking about getting 1 or 2 wickets in a situation like this can break the back of the opposing team, and that they did. Will the Fort King George Gunners be able to hold their own and take it home? Left to be seen. But Adrian Alexander, how good he has been thus far for the Little Tobago Islanders.
And the thing is that both openers have gone now.
Yeah.
So the 2 players that you could say, well, they faced 5 overs, 45 runs were on the board, they're both out now.
Yep.
Joshua James has had to stand there and watch this. Well, he'd seen the other one from the hutch because he came in at the fall of the previous wicket, and now he's had to see the other opener leave the middle.
So 2 new batsmen at the crease. Shaquille Duncan making his way to the middle to join Joshua James. 2 good batsmen here for the Fort King George Gunners. Shaquille Duncan, I believe he had a 41 in one of the games, and Joshua James, we know how capable he is with the bat. He opened the batting on quite a number of occasions. Different situation here now. Adrian Alexander short and punched away. That was a hat-trick delivery, remember? He had 2 consecutive wickets. A lot of opportunities in this tournament for hat-tricks. And the bowlers, they just weren't able to take up those opportunities.
30 to win now. There's Alexander. And James puts that out into the mid-wicket area. And they come through for 1. It's a good throw. Alexander stands behind the stumps to take that one.
We spoke about earlier, Mr. Rooks, that you don't need to bludgeon the ball to the boundary. Again, we see Joshua James. He was bowling when we were speaking about that. This time he's different mode. He's batting, and of course he was looking to hit that ball a bit too hard on that occasion. And in the end, only being able to get 1 run. A loud appeal here from the fielders. Is he out? No. So no, says the umpire.
Trying to beg a wicket there, I think.
Guess he was appealing for stumping there on that occasion. So at the end of 7 overs, 47 for 2. Who will be victorious here in this game? Well, we all know that the Fort King George Gunners, they need to win this game.
Yeah, they are desperate to record their first win in the competition. I don't think they're going to get a better chance than this. The scores, I think this is probably the lowest score that's been chased down, isn't it?
Yeah, you are correct.
75. Although the Islanders themselves, what did they do last night? They had a bit of a horror, didn't they?
Yes, they were on the losing end last night. Of course, they only won 1 game so far for the tournament on the back of a good knock from Leron Lezama, their skipper. The umpire now signaling a new ball.
So once again they're having to defend a low total then.
Yep. Seems as though the ball is a bit too heavy and needs to be changed. So they are looking to get the ball changed at the moment. The little Tobago Islanders. The drying agents are out. That's the towels, of course.
You know, when you look at that graph, it does look very similar.
Yep.
Similar trajectories.
Slow nature of the innings.
James it is to face.
This was into the air, and the fielder, he just stood there, Mr. Rooks. He didn't attack the ball. And had he come forward in time, he could have taken that catch.
I'm okay if it goes for 1, but not if it's for 2.
Yeah.
You know, you've got to charge in there and keep that down. It was in the air for a long time. Maybe he didn't pick it up. It's possible.
Just maybe. The new bowler is Davis. He won't be happy about that.
49 now.
Don't set the off stump and crash back to the bowler. No run, dot ball, gold.
Important delivery, this one. You don't want James to lift him up and high. Yeah, there's a bit of a swing.
Swing
Because
and a miss.
You knew he was going for that one. So that was why I was saying it's an important delivery. This one, same thing. You know Joshua James wants to lose him here. You've got to put this in the right place here.
He is the spinner. How smart is he? This one has crashed on the ground. Will it be out? It goes to 4. So a good shot there by Joshua James. A bad ball there by the spinner. Pulled down. And he was able to put it to the boundary. Joshua James, a vital boundary here for the Fort King George Gunners after being put on some sort of pressure here after the 2 wickets.
Big enough and strong enough, Joshua James, to get that past. Just with real strength there. It wasn't the prettiest of strokes, was it?
One is pulled away down to a wideish long one, and James, he will be able to only get one. Again, hitting the ball very hard, and once you hit the ball hard, there's no chance of you being able to run two. It goes to the fielders very quickly.
He will, however, be on strike if this is a dot ball. Not necessarily such a bad thing.
Yeah.
The other thing that he's been hitting the ball along the ground, hasn't been putting it in the air. That's gone in the air. And that's what you get. Who is down there? Simmons Peters.
That's the man who's been taking all the catches down there long and long off for the little Tobago Islanders. He has been protecting the boundary, and now he had some work to do, and he took an easy catch in the end. Will there be a turnaround here now for the Fort King George Gunners?
There must be a time when you look at someone like Joshua James. If I'm at the other end and I'm looking at Joshua James and he hits 3 balls into the ground, they all go for various places, either 1 or a 2. I'm thinking, why is he hitting on the ground?
Yeah.
Well, he doesn't want to get caught. And what do? Next ball, you hit it in the air, you get caught. So, I mean, you know, they're not really talking among themselves here and saying, look, we don't have to give wickets away here, because every time a wicket goes, that's a dot ball.
Yep.
So let's try and hit it on the ground. If we get one, we get one, because it's not a big score. We can chase this down. There may be time when we can come in and hit some big shots, but we don't have to go at this too hard. Let's not give our wickets away.
Well, 22 runs required from 2 overs, 11 runs and over here for the Fort King George Gunners to get to their first victory of the Chief Secretary's Bago T10 Blast. Of course, you are watching us live on Cricket 360 and Mac TV in Fort Lauderdale. And good evening to everyone looking on. And what will be here now, a very interesting finish to this game.
And what appeared to be just, you know, drifting along a little bit. It wasn't the top team, it was the bottom team playing. They hadn't won a game. It's going to turn out to be quite an interesting finish here, I think.
Very much so. And Joshua Stewart, the man who normally opens the bowling for the little Tobago, and short and pulled away. They will get one, looking for 2 here, Joshua James. And he will get it quite easily in the end. Why was the bowler not behind the stumps there, Mr. Rooks?
I have no idea what happened to him. Maybe he hasn't played a lot of cricket recently,
yeah.
And that slipped. You forget exactly where you should be, and because that was a good strong throw, and you needed to be behind the stumps to pick that one up. Again, Joshua James into the ground.
Here's Stewart to James, and outside edge being taken there of the bat of James. He'll pick up a single.
That time he went aerial, but he got a top edge, and it went down to third man, but they just picked up the single. 57 for 3, 19 to win.
If you get 6 doubles in an over, not a doubles a week, but 2 runs per ball, that's ahead of the run rate at the moment.
Yeah. Those are the sorts of things that you have to think about. It doesn't have to be a boundary or a maximum every ball, but you do need to put runs on the board.
Here's Stewart. Full and trashed away through the offside. That's going to run into the boundary for 4. So welcome boundary here for the Fort King George Gunners. It seems as though they require 15 again for victory.
And when you put the ball in that spot, that's the shot to play there. You know that there are no catchers short. You've got a couple of men down in the deep there, and once you hit that in the way that he did, that's going to skid off that surface and race away to the boundary, which is exactly what happened. Threw the bat at that.
Flashing blade. Here's Stewart again. And a similar delivery, but this time the French cut coming out there from Providence. And a single to the total. The rains are with us once more. It's starting to drizzle here now in Roxborough. It's around this time last night that the rains came as well.
14 runs needed to win now.
So we're going to have a good finish to this game here now. Stewart to James. Down the ground by James.
Keep that to 1.
A misfield. Will they get 2 here
they
now?
come back.
Again, Stewart messing up there now. We wasn't able to collect that one and issue the run out. Will that cost them in the end here, the Little Tobago Islanders? Required for victory here now. 7 deliveries remaining.
Just a little bit of light drizzle coming over the ground now as Stewart comes into bowl. It's full and he misses that one. Well, I think it's going to be too heavy now. They've got 1 over to go, but it's just coming down too heavy.
Well, will they play the last over here now?
Just, you know, when you're in the middle, it doesn't feel as bad. And it's only 6 balls to go. I think we just try and bowl this out here.
It's coming down a bit harder now, to be fair. The umpires are not signaling to the ground staffers yet. At the moment, the Fort King George require 12 for victory in the last over. So square leg umpire is coming in now. And the reins are starting to just...
Yeah, it's just easing.
Yeah.
Yeah. We were lucky there. It really was a passing shower.
Yeah.
And they're going to get on with it.
12 from 6. Davis the bowl to Providence. Outside the off stump and flashing blade through the offside. Limits them to a single there as Little Tobago Islanders. 11 from 5. Who do you think is on top at the moment?
It's so nicely balanced there, but you do have Joshua James on strike. So if you're a betting man, you may want to put some money on the big fella here.
Yep. Joshua James, the youngster. Captain of the Fort King George Gunners. Can he play the captain's role? A captain's innings. Bring this game here. He's down the track and down the ground as well. He's running hard, looking for 2. A misfield may allow them to get through for it. And yes, they do. So now they require 9 from 4.
Well, what they have done is to restrict them from getting a boundary. Most importantly of all, however, they've kept them from the maximum.
Yep.
So those are the 2 shots that you don't want to give up. You don't want a boundary, you don't want it going for the maximum.
Down the track again, in the air. Will it go for 6 or will it be out? And he's out? No, he's not.
He's dropped it and they come back for a second.
Another drop catch here tonight. That's 4 drop catches already for the Little Tobago Islanders. Will it cost them?
Well, they only took 2. That's the thing. You got 7 or 3 now. However, Joshua James is still on strike.
Would you prefer the 2 or would you prefer Joshua James out? That's what need to be in the back of the mind of the Little Tobago Islanders.
Absolutely, I would have wanted him out.
Yep.
However, remember, they haven't gone for the maximum and they haven't gone for a boundary. 3 balls left.
Short and a dot delivery here in the last over. 7 from 2 now. A very close finish
So
here.
it's not happening without one of those that I've said. Boundary or maximum. It's not going to happen unless they get one of those. That's wide. Oh. Every single run counts in this kind of equation.
It's a very evenly poised finish here at the moment. Joshua James missing on one end, Davis bowling wides on one end. So it's evenly poised, 6 on 2. Can Joshua James do it?
Can Davis do it?
If they get this here, this will be something to lift the spirits of the team going forward in the tournament. Joshua James down the
Short
ground.
ball, they can only let them get one. And it was. Right, so now this is where you've got to be really careful. You need 5 runs off the last ball. All of a sudden, something else has come into the equation.
Yeah.
You don't mind the boundary.
5 from 1.
So you don't mind the boundary. Yep. You've really pulled this back. Remember, there were two shots that you couldn't give up. You couldn't give up the maximum, and you couldn't give up the boundary. Guess what? Now you can give up the boundary. There is one shot that he needs, and no ball. That's it. Just close in.
The little Tobago Islanders, they have held their nerve here this evening.
I should be a skipper.
The Rooks has held his nerve as well in the commentary box. And kudos to the little Tobago Islanders for a wonderful performance here this evening. And tough luck to the Fort King George Gunners and the Joshua James.
If you know cricket, you can work it out. It's like chess. As things go down, different scenarios open up and offer themselves up. And you put the right people in the right place, you do the right thing. The only time they came close to really losing it was with that with that wide.
Yes.
Because it offered up another shot.
Yeah.
So the equation changed.
But Davis, in the end, he kept things calm, and he was able to finish the game for his team. Again, congratulations to the Little Tobago Islanders for their victory tonight, and as well the Bago Reef Divers for being victorious in the first game. After more thoughts from you, Mr. Rooks, we'll close off and we'll see all of the viewers tomorrow for continued coverage of the Chief Secretary's Bago T10 Blast.
Every time you bring someone a broadcast, you want to make sure that it's exciting, it comes down to the last ball, all those sorts of things. Sometimes the game is just meandering along and it's not. And you're thinking, how are we going to keep the viewers interested? How are we going to make it exciting and everything? This was excitement down to the last ball, and this wasn't the best game. It wasn't the biggest set of runs, the number of wickets that fell. It wasn't going to break any records, but the tension was in there to the last. I really enjoyed that. I don't think that the Fort King George Gunners enjoyed that at all. They've suffered another loss, whereas the Islanders have bounced back from a loss. I hope you enjoyed that. And I think that's all that we've got to bring you from Cricket 360. I get to say goodnight. Bye-bye.